Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2. It's the Groundhog Day for our lovely budget deliberations this week. I would like to first start off, we could, Madam City Clerk, with a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Also present.
Councillor Crowson.
And also present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Present.
Palladino.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Mayor Parker.
Good morning.
And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Present. Thank you.
All right. I do see Councillor Middleton Hope. You had a question?
Yes, Your Worship. I'd like to make a statement in regards to yesterday, with your permission. Yesterday, we began the challenging task of reviewing budget submissions to form the basis of the 2023-2026 budget. We commenced with a collegial and collaborative approach by everyone to approve initiatives sponsored by individual members of council, and some of us are understandably very passionate about these initiatives. It is important we work together to achieve a budget that will sustain and enhance services for the citizens of this city. However, when councillors call others names in public, that is inappropriate, and so I call on Councillor Crowson to offer an apology to this chamber. We can all do better. Let's ensure that we do.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. In fairness, I don't know if there's anything you would like to add or any comment, Councillor Crowson?
If I said something that one of my colleagues took offense to, I apologize. Certainly, I don't mean to be offensive in my discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I will continue on then. I will open up for our next resolution that is sponsored by Councillor Middleton Hope. It's an omnibus budget initiative motion. So this takes care of C11.1, C11.2, C11.3, C11.4, C11.5, and C12. And I will start off here, but well, it's all up on the screen. Is it fine? If everybody, oh, there we are, up on the screen. And I'll actually turn the time over to Councillor Middleton Hope just to introduce this and give some background, if you don't mind.
Well, I think what we were trying to do was avoid the background so that we could move through this. And I've been cautioned by Councillor Carlson not to spend an hour and a half on this. The reality is that we have several initiatives before us that are all very similar in nature, and I'm certainly willing to engage in any discussions. I have prepared notes on this, but I think if we simply have a look at the motions, everyone has, or at the motion rather, and everybody has had an opportunity to review the initiatives. If there are any questions, I'm certainly willing to entertain those.
All right, and did you want me to read it off, or colleagues, you all see it there up, and I'm sure you've all got a copy digitally and physically, I guess. So I'll start off with questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, and thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope, or Vice Chair Middleton Hope, for packaging these together, because I believe all of these were, or at least the bulk of these were in previous budget under the Downtown Clean and Safe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that.
Some of the programs have been shuttered, but this, in fact, like the SEPTED program as an example, it sort of ran its course. It's been, what we're trying to do with this is resurrect it to provide for a form of support to businesses and individuals who have been impacted by abnormal behaviors in the downtown core.
Thank you for that. And if I can, Mayor Hagan, through you to City Manager or Designate, probably Mr. Matthews. Previously, we funded these initiatives as one-time initiatives. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, I'm thinking for most of these, I guess C12 would be the one that's a little bit different in the package. I'll talk to the C11s. To my understanding, and I'll just get my team to confirm on it, that they were all one-time funded as part of the Downtown Clean and Safe strategy by City Council, some directional funding that was set aside last time, if I remember right.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And this time it looks like we are changing that to taxation to ensure that they have an ongoing component. Is that the reason for switching from one-time allocations? Because I understand something like the DOT team probably should have been funded ongoing from its inception. But the reason we're switching to taxation for this is because we envision a long-term need for these, correct?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, that is correct. So the intention here is now to get ongoing pieces. Now, when I say there was some pieces that were on time funding, the DOT service actually did have a previous ongoing component under the fee-for-service as one example, but this would now raise it up to the portion that was funded provincially in prior and that the city did the increased funding on.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dodek.
Yeah, I'm just curious about C12. It's a council initiative dealing with the regular services capacity shortage. I'm just curious why this was a council initiative and not brought as a need on behalf of the administration, or is it sort of 6 of one, half a dozen the other? It doesn't matter.
I'll respond to it. I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It was an initiative that I had discussions with administration about. They had something in the works as well. We felt that it was appropriate to bring this forward as a new initiative so that council would have an opportunity to review it. But it certainly has, the work has been done by administration, and I think Mr. Matthews is certainly prepared to speak to it, or Mr. Brierley.
No, that's fine. You've answered the question for me. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Vice Chair Middleton Hope, for bringing these forward. I'm looking specifically at item 11.5, the Clean Sweep Program, and this question to you or to the City Manager's designate. What would the amounts look like if we were to increase those amounts so that participants in the Clean Sweep Program could be brought up to minimum wage? Certainly understanding that some of them might not be eligible because of AISH and other subsidies they might be receiving, but what would those amounts look like?
Through the chair, it would be roughly about $2 an hour, different from the current wages that the Clean Sweep is paid. So currently they're paid through a stipend, 13, and if we increase that to $15 an hour, it'd be a slight change to the budget. However, currently we've been doing the procurement of the Clean Sweep ad hoc in nature. And we're trying to set up long-term contracts, which we believe if we can guarantee a contract for the 4 years, they should come in a little bit cheaper. So we're hoping to be able to work with our contractor to up to minimum wage and under the current budget.
So what is the likelihood of that?
If we put it as a stipulation in the contract, it's very likely.
And will that be a stipulation in the contract?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Mayor Hagan, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel sort of followed up with my questions. So it will be stipulated in the contract. Do we have to amend the amount that is being provided at the moment, or do you believe that we can achieve paying minimum wage for the amounts here?
Sorry, I know Lloyd wants to say something. I might have spoken out of turn here in a second.
No, just a point of clarification in that for us to put that in the contract, we would require direction from council to proceed in that direction. I believe that speaks to your point,
Thank
Councillor.
you, and that is what I was going to follow up with, was a directional resolution added to this further, that the Clean Sweep Program contract be directed to be at minimum wage or higher. I can make that.
Is that something you want to remove that one out, or still keep it as part of the omnibus and just
Just
add
add
that?
Add
that one in?
If it's
Just a further clarification, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that just a reminder that these aren't city employees. This is just a change in language that's consistent with their messaging. So.
Thank you.
take that as a friendly, Vice Chair?
I certainly accept it as a friendly.
Absolutely. All right. Councillor Carlson, are you done there? Sir, thank you. All right. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just to the mover, I wonder, did you have any discussions with Downtown BRZ and the Heart of the City Committee at all? Has there been any input from them?
Not on my, no, I didn't have any. I don't know whether administration has.
Mr. Fox?
Through the chair, yes, we, on all these initiatives, we've talked to all the different stakeholders. We would be procuring each one, but we have talked to the current service providers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. On moving on to C12, the regulatory services capacity shortage. Is it fair to say this is bylaw enforcement? Is that, not sure who to direct that to?
Well,
Mr. Mayor,
so we don't leave the microphone vacant. As you've heard before in the motions in regards to this, it's to address a number of items that are bylaw and or provincial statute oriented. So the scan unit is an example of the use of the regulatory services. This enhances their capacity to be able to do it. Just for your edification, Lethbridge did 89 houses last year with the scan unit. That's a substantial increase over the year before. It's roughly 25%, 24.5% of all of the scan activities out of the city of Calgary. And for those in the audience who are not familiar with SCAN, that's the team that is empowered to seize properties that are used for illegal purposes. Mostly the generic term is crack houses or locations like that that are used for criminal enterprise. So the regulatory services are actively involved with the crime suppression team of the police service and with the provincial scan unit. And this takes up a substantial amount of time, but it's necessary.
Thank you for that. I appreciate this coming forward. We've often heard that we do have a bit of a capacity issue in this business unit. Quite often we hear in the community that why not hire more regulatory bylaw officers, because if they're out there actively implementing bylaws, they could actually pay for themselves. And I didn't see any actual increased, you don't want to call it revenue when you're out there ticketing and fining people, but I guess it would be. Is that going to be any component of this, or will that just be completely to maintain the current level of service?
Through the chair, I believe it's going to help with the current level of service. There may be some benefit we may see, but at current, we are expecting to keep it at the current level of service and help in the background with these different services.
Thank you.
If I could just weigh into that a little bit. I don't mean to correct Mr. Fox, but I see this as an enhancement. And some of the discussions that we had yesterday vis-a-vis increasing parking fines for illegal parking, the vision that we had at the beginning, and whether that's the way in which it moves forward with administration in the future, was to offset some of those costs. So there's not an increase in regulatory services for parking control, but there has been a substantial increase in other bylaw enforcement and other provincial statute enforcement, and they need additional capacity. That's why this is coming forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And then this to the mover or to the city manager or designate. I'm looking at certainly the SEPTED grant. We have a non-permanent position of 0.5 in there right now. We don't have a 0.5 position that was administering that grant before. So what would this look like without that 0.5 position in there?
Through the chair to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. The reason for the 0.5 position is that there's also an increase being requested here in the funding available for the SEPTED grant as well. So while staff managed to allocate the $25,000 per year, the expectation is with the available amount of money being doubled, the application process is likely to more than double as well, requiring additional help and assistance in going through the application process.
So this would be a maintenance of service then, because we are doubling that amount.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just if I can, through you to City Manager or Designate, just because we haven't talked about the big board yet, when items are on the table, C11, 1 through 5 and 12, are they already included in the running total up above? Or if they are passed, they'll be added? So just so I know and folks following along can understand how it works.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, that is correct. So as you're seeing them going in there, they are adding to that running total at the top. That's why you've seen it change from 3.77 onwards. If council or economic SPC, I should say, approves that, they will show up on the top portion and building to it. But each time we bring them on the table, it shows the combined effect of all the ones that have gone forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I see no further questions in the queue, so I'll turn it back to acting chair, Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Whoever he is, yeah.
To open debate. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the questions from my colleagues. I think they were certainly robust. They've got at the meat of the matter, and I think these initiatives are certainly important to the administration of the city. And I'll end that as my closing. And if there are any other debates or points of debate, now's the time to do them.
Right. I will offer my support on this this motion here, and I thank you very much, Councillor Middleton Hope, for bringing this forward. It's an important part of our strategic plan going forward is community safety, and seeing what we have here in this resolution definitely speaks to that. And so I thank you very much for bringing it forward. I will wholeheartedly support this motion. With that, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I was pleased to support these in the previous budget, and even more pleased that they are now being moved to taxation, because we've seen the benefit. They were one-time initiatives previously. We've seen the benefit to our downtown mostly, but our community in general with these. So I appreciate them coming forward as ongoing programs. So thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Councillor Middleton Hope, for bringing these forward. Definitely, they work and speak to our council initiatives, our action plan, as well as improving safety throughout our community. So I will be supporting these wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and not to echo too much more, but I totally agree. But I just want to thank Councillor Middleton Hope. He did a lot of work over the last few months behind the scenes, working with our administration and stakeholders and putting this forward, and it's just not something you brought up in the last few days. There's been a lot of work done in the background, and I want to thank you and the staff that helped put this together. So I will fully support this. Thank you.
And Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'll be very careful on what I say. Unless and until we actually solve some of these problems, we will have to continue with these stopgap measures that are there to bridge the gap and to solve some of the problems that are, not solve, but actually try to maintain an issue and create a better condition until we actually solve the problem. So I will support this. I would like to see more fulsome measures that actually go to the root problems that we have in our community. But until we do, these items will have to suffice. So I will support them.
Thank you. And to close debate.
I look forward to additional options that Councillor Crowson might want to propose. I think that provides for a much more wholesome examination of these very complex social problems. So I look forward to any additional other business motions that might come forward in the future. And with that, I close.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to ones that were postponed at yesterday's Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting. And the first one from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, establishing an Office of Mayor and Council, staff reporting changes. Be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C8, establishing an Office of Mayor and Council, staff reporting changes to provide a restructuring of the Mayor and Council Office supporting staff requirement to non-permanent FTEs commencing in 2026 with funding allocated as follows: from taxation 2023 to 2025 $0, and in 2026 $160,400, And from utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges from 2023 to 2025 is 0, and 2026, 80,600. And for an explanation, please, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I shall explain myself. Bringing initiative C8 forward, I just want to start with, in no way is bringing this initiative forward a reflection on the work that our current administration team is doing. They do an excellent job supporting us. This is really something to set us up for the future and to look forward to what our city, how our city is growing, how we're seeing increased workloads on our administration team as well as mayor and council. So this is to formalize a staffing model for the mayor and members of council that creates more political staffing expertise to meet the mayor's and members of council's political and workload needs. It aligns with an election cycle, and it also allows the mayor and other members of council to choose their own staff coming into office. A major goal for this restructuring is to allow the city manager and administrative staff to focus on the day-to-day operations of the city of Lethbridge and have the political goals and objectives of the mayor and individual members of council taken on and taken care of by the Office of Mayor of Council and the offices of members of council. Additionally, it provides additional support to mayor and members of council, those that we're starting to see. We're hearing from a number of our internal organizational groups that they need to build capacity in order to maintain or enhance current service levels. This initiative comes out of that. Every time a member of council makes a request to an area, to an administrative area, we add to their workload. This would move that workload onto staff within an office of mayor and council and allow us to work better with our administrative team because we would have our own staff instead of disrupting the administrative team's day-to-day work and day-to-day operation of the city. With that, I can entertain questions.
There are questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is to the mover. I guess it's more of a proposition. I would suggest that the way in which this initiative has been worded, it would indicate that council requires additional support. I question whether council does require additional support. I think there is adequate capacity within the personnel that we have currently. So would you be inclined to divide this initiative into two, or do you see that there is a capacity issue of council that would require additional staffing?
I would need to hear what you are suggesting insofar as dividing this into two.
So you're talking about establishing an office of the mayor and council. The mayor clearly has challenges in terms, and I don't mean that negatively. He has challenges because he's in a pretty important position, people. But at the end of the day, I believe that he may need additional capacity, but I would suggest that that's probably up to him. His is a full-time position, ours is not. Ours is a part-time position. So I see that there is potentially a need, if he would agree with enhancing capacity in his area, but I question whether there is a need to enhance capacity in our area.
And in that,
that's where I'm seeing the division.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that better. At this point, no, this would be to support both the Office of Mayor and the offices of council. So certainly looking at sharing that workload amongst that administrative staff or that political staff so that we would have one executive assistant that we would share between mayor and members of council, and then the other proposed staff members underneath that. Underneath this would support the mayor as well as the offices of council. It also allows for a bit more information sharing so that when we as councillors are researching a project or looking for something, looking for information, it gets disseminated amongst all of council as well as the mayor when we're working on our political goals and projects.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. I appreciate it. I'm wondering, would perhaps an examination and a reorganization of the existing structure and or personnel, would that be satisfactory?
Well, and I believe that would come as part of this. Initially, that would come as part of this, taking a look at what we currently have in place, because certainly we do have some positions in place that we could look at doing that with, but because these positions would need to become term positions, we would need to do that as we moved into the next election cycle. They're political staff, so they would be apart from the administrative staff. But it is something that could be looked at as we move through this process. People in culture would have to take a look at exact dollar values. They would have to formally evaluate the whole process.
Okay, last question. Could you help clarify for me the difference between political staff and administrative staff?
So political staff would work on the political needs and will of what council is. Administrative staff work on the day-to-day operations of the city. Right now, there's some confusion when it comes to reporting kind of structures. So if we look specifically at the executive assistant that reports to the mayor, if we look at that position, they technically do not report to the mayor, they report to the city clerk's office. So if the mayor makes a request, it is possible for the executive assistant to turn it down because they may get alternative direction from the city clerk or the city manager's office. This means that staff works specifically for us.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Dodick?
Actually, follow up a bit on that last response. As we often say, we have only one employee, the city manager. So we have a chain of command here based on the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. So if this initiative were to be approved and the 2 FTEs were hired, who do they actually answer to? Can the city manager override the directions of city council in terms of the fact that they're an employee of the city of Lethbridge and under the essentially the jurisdiction of the city manager? So I'm a little confused about that. How does that work?
So when we took a look at this, and we certainly took a look at that portion of the MGA with our single employee, and I did do this in consultation with Mr. Brierley, working through this. He would still be our direct one employee that we would direct direction to the day-to-day operations, or our motions and everything like that would still come through the city to the city manager. Our direction would still come to the city manager, and he would direct that work out on the day-to-day operations of the city. This staff would support us in any additional research that we wanted to do, community building, community research, community engagement, community interaction, and they would also work to help us with, they'd be key to intergovernmental relations and being politically strategic, working through those sorts of things specifically with mayor and council, but we would still direct work with the city manager.
You indicate 2 FTEs, and in looking at the business case, I'm a little unclear as to exactly why you believe we require 2 additional FTEs to deal with this role that you're proposing.
So that may actually change as we get closer to 2026 too, and as people in culture work through this with City Council. So certainly in talking with people in culture, they would take a look at, speak to City Council as to what needs are, where they see gaps, and work to build those positions. At this time, I actually propose 4 positions. One of them is the combination of the mayor's executive assistant along with the councillor's assistant, but the net result of the actual FTEs was 2.
My final question is, we're 1 year into this particular term, and I can't speak for the rest of council, but I feel that I'm able to do the work that the proposed new FTEs would be asked to perform on our behalf, but that is more of a comment than a question, so I'm just saying that from my point of view, I would not be utilizing.
And that certainly may be the case, and that would be something that people in culture could speak to all of us about. What it is looking forward to what future city councils may also require as far as staff, additional research assistants, and additional assistance might be.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and thank you, Acting Mayor, for bringing this forward. It is something I'm kind of lukewarm to because the job is changing. But if I can ask a question, and I'm going to have to rely on my colleagues, I believe Councillor Crowson, Parker, and Campbell were part of governance committee last term. You weren't on governance. I think you and I switched back and forth. I was on it briefly as well. But I don't recall, was this vetted at all through governance? I remember former Councillor Kaufman. This was a bit of a pet project of his, so he sat right there and talked about it quite a bit to me. But I don't remember governance actually vetting this. Councillors Crowson, Campbell, any recollection?
We didn't look at this specifically. There have been conversations. It's been at budget before. We looked much more at whether or not counselors should become full-time, because that would open it up to younger people who are not wanting to do this after retirement, but actually wanting to do this at, in their 20s and 30s, et cetera. So we looked much more at it from that perspective. We did not look as much into whether or not to add more staff.
Thank you, and that's sort of how I remembered it. So further to that, if I can, Mr. Mayor, to the city clerk, probably about process. If we've done this in past, we've referred items from budget to committees to discuss and make recommendations. I'd rather see something like this be discussed at committee. How does one refer, or would that come if this gets defeated or passed? Then a referral could happen to governance to do the actual exploration? Because right now it is literally gut feelings. Some of us may feel we need more support, some of us may not. I'd like to actually get some information.
So procedurally, yes, you can refer any item to a committee to vet, but because you're in the middle of the budget, I would like either the city manager or the city treasurer to maybe comment about the request for FTEs and funding. I'm not sure how that would work with timing.
Mr. Mayor, to members of SPC, really, in this regard, I guess it depends on the SPC and which way they want to move forward on this. If it's looking like there needs to be a little bit more work, if that's what I'm hearing around the table on it, the one option you could do is you could direct that the work gets done, or direction where it to get done, to come back, and then at that time we find the money instead of putting it necessarily into the budget right off the bat. Seeing that it is in the last year of the 2026, that probably then would just mean that we would take it from the corporate surpluses and so forth at that time. I guess that's probably the easiest solution, I think, at this stage, but there's other options there as well.
Thank you. So if whatever we decide around this table, a referral could come at any time. It doesn't have to come at budget, which is what I was thinking maybe, but it can wait. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Acting Mayor, for bringing this forward. So when I look at the logic behind it and the reasoning behind it, I think the comment was made in regards to this would take the pressure off administration, and that, just want to make sure, Councillor Milton, My question's to you, Jen, so I'm just,
Sorry,
no, that's no problem, that's no problem, I just rephrase it. So the logic was, in your explanation, was this would take pressure off administration, that we'd have someone that would focus on our needs and all that, achieve our objectives, and that the leadership team would be able to just do their daily job. But if this person was kind of like the middle person, for a lack of a better person, they would still most likely have to go to an administrative team to get the answers that they need and get the support they need. Am I correct?
Well, they would still be interacting with our administrative staff, yes.
So how would that take the time and pressure off the leadership team, in that they would still be having to deal with those individuals? So if Ryan Parker has a question, I ask the chief of staff goes to whatever director. So is that just adding another layer in between?
No, they would be able to do more of the workload and more of the basic research. So if Ryan Parker had a question, went forward with that question, the chief of staff would be able to not only research that internally, but they would be able to go and do any external research that you might require to have your question answered as well. So while, yes, they would still be asking internal administration for support. They would be able to go to the external sources that we might require as well, and we're not asking our administration team to go do that. We are asking somebody else to do that, so taking that bit of workload off of them.
Thank you for that answer. And so right now I'm thinking how the system set up, the system is, the mayor has an executive assistant, council has an assistant, we have a person director of council relations right now in a position, a term position. So then we'd have these two other positions included in that?
The positions would all, as outlined in here, there'd be different positions, so we would be looking at those positions and evaluating what those positions would actually need to be. I've suggested 4 here. In talking with people in culture, when they speak with council, those positions might actually change.
Thank you very much. That answers the question.
Yep.
Councillor Dodick.
Yes, I guess it is a question to the mover, because when this initially showed up as a new initiative and has now been amended, initially it was starting in 2023. Now it's in 2026. So I was just wondering if the mover would consider, having regard to the comments made by Councillor Carlson and the fact that no budgets are set in stone, sort of withdrawing this resolution, then at some point bringing a resolution for council to direct it to the appropriate special purpose committee to vet this, and if the recommendation is made, whatever it may be, for plus or minus, or in favor or opposed to it, it could still come back and be included for the 2026 year through funding in the manner suggested by the city treasurer. So that takes care of the vetting process that Councillor Carlson has referred to, plus also takes into account that if in fact it turns out that this is something that council wants to pursue, it could still be done because there's no urgency in today in saying yes or no to it. So that is a suggestion in the form of a question, if you would be prepared to consider it.
And that's actually what Councillor Carlson and I were sidebarring about, is making that referral motion. And Madam City Clerk, is that something that I could do today, is make that referral motion to governance, withdraw this and make that to governance? So, we were already steps ahead of you. But thanks for coming out. So if, Madam City Clerk, we could do that, I would withdraw this, but I would ask for a referral motion to be made on this particular budget initiative to governance.
I think you just want to refer this initiative to governance.
Yes.
Withdraw.
Refer it to governance.
Yeah, I don't mind the
Yes,
referral,
it's a
but
motion, yes.
I think
Yes.
we, in response to City Treasurer and Councillor Dodick, we should remove the funding so it doesn't actually, it's not already de facto. So if we can maybe pull the funding, because as we said, it could always come back, and then refer it.
City Treasurer?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, yes, when you refer this out of here, the way I'm taking this is that this will no longer be an initiative at this stage. When it comes back through governance, at that time, council will make a motion in the future to have it come through and make some sort of direction in regards to how they would like us to fund it.
So, question that I would have then is, so you would remove the dollars in entirety here with 2020, or sorry, okay, we lost you here. 2023 to 2026, so it would be $0 and then have it referred, and at that time, funding would be discussed and brought forward if that was approved at said time, correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Really, in all sense of purposes, at this stage here, the initiative would be dead or off the table, withdrawn from the table. So all sort of purposes, we wouldn't have this on there. We wouldn't be having the dollars showing up anywhere on it.
What is the difference then, I might add, and I don't know if Madam City Clerk or you might be able to answer this, if we're to withdraw this and then at any time, Deputy Mayor or Acting Mayor can come forward with a resolution to an SPC, I'm just trying to think, process speaking, what would be the best route to take? Not that there's a best, there's multiple, I guess, but I'm just wondering if we withdraw and then bring it forward at any time, because a council member can bring that forward at any time.
My advice would probably be to withdraw this initiative from this budget and either do a motion arising or at a later date. So a motion arising to do another motion to governance, separate from this budget, or just bring it to governance at a different time.
I'll put it to the mover, because obviously it is Acting Mayor's resolution she's brought forward on what way to go, but I just think it may be cleaner that way. I don't know, but it's definitely up to yourself. You're the mover.
And would we be able to do that motion arising now? Because I would like to see that referred today.
That motion arising now. Yeah.
Okay, so I certainly could withdraw this at this point, but I would like the motion arising to happen now so that we can get it referred to governance today.
All right.
Yep. I'm sorry. It would be a two-step process. We have to do the withdrawal first.
Withdrawal first. So we would vote on this? No, it's just a withdrawal. If she withdraws it, we don't have to vote on that. Okay.
Correct.
So just, it would be struck like what we had back in C 5.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could just explain the process a little bit more clear for me. So we're going to withdraw this initiative, and it's dead, effectively. So then it allows any member of council to bring forward to governance committee in the subcommittee or standing policy committee in the future to bring forward an initiative for that committee to hear. If that committee then votes in favor of it being received for information, then it would go to council, and council would then have an opportunity to vote on it. But it's outside of this budget, so it would have to be dealing with dollars that already existed and had already been approved. Is that correct?
So that's one way to do it. So it's been withdrawn from the budget, or will be. The motion arising is like a directional motion, so it's separate from this budget, but it would just be to have this item looked at governance, and then it would have to go to council and get voted on separately, separate from the budget. So that would be separate from this budget.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm also interested in, are there any other options for us to proceed? And the reason that I say that is I'm really curious, because this is directed at the office of the mayor, I'm really curious to hear from the mayor as to whether or not this is a position and or a process that we need to go through to enhance the capacity in his area.
I can answer some of that question there. I like the idea of it going to the referral motion to gather additional information that can be brought forward to that standing policy committee. So at that time, I don't know what direction this is going, but I believe it is with a referral motion, or not a referral motion, sorry, a motion arising. And at that time, I would definitely entertain the questions at a standing policy committee meeting. So, yeah. And I think that's a process to go, just to get some background to exactly what, as was mentioned by the mover, it does, there's a capacity limit here with this particular role that we're all in, but especially timelines for mayor. And in talking with my colleagues throughout the province, this is part of the city mayor, or the mayor's office. And so, but I'd like to have more conversation on this. And so it's something that definitely needs, I think personally, to be put through to a standing policy committee.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Working on the
We're working on it.
motion arising.
So is that motion, or is this initiative withdrawn then?
Yes, and we've got a motion arising coming.
Yes, we're crafting it right now.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just waiting for the motion arising to come.
Rising should actually come after the item that it was related to. It's coming, it's coming.
The motion arising will be coming, so if there's any questions regarding the motion arising, I guess while it's being crafted, we'll read it when it's actually up there, but is there any questions regarding the motion arising that we've already heard? Questions, yeah. Questions on it? I know it's not up on the screen, but I thought, in essence of time, Deputy Mayor Parker?
So this is in regards to the motion referral?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so my question referral then is, are we giving this life by passing this to committee, or do you want a sense of, from the mover, to sense of where we stand on this resolution? Because I don't want to send committee down a bunch of work if there isn't the political will around this to do something.
And fair enough, but I would like to see this move to committee, and if that's what the rest of council decides to vote for and vote against it as we refer it, then that's what we'll do.
Any other questions? All right, I would hate, oh, go ahead, Councillor Dodick.
I'm just curious, since the resolution has been withdrawn, what happens if the referral motion fails?
It would not go to SPC, I take it. Now, it's a concern for me in that a council member, any council member, should be able to bring something forward to a standing policy committee, but that's a very good point. Does that mean that you cannot?
No, it doesn't. I was having a bit of fun.
Because to me...
And honestly, I would just come back and haunt you in your office with it like every other day.
Early in the morning, I could have a little fun.
So it is, and I'll just check with Madam City Clerk. So obviously, if this is defeated, then a motion could just come forward again to SPC from the council member. Councillor Carlson, you're in for debate. Now, without seeing it up there, I think we have the, what the spirit of the resolution is going to be prior to coming up, the referral. I'll open it up for debate, starting with Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
So I would ask members of Economic SPC Committee to please support this motion. We are a growing community, and I said please, Councillor Dodick, so you heard that. We're a growing community with increased needs and demands. We're a growing city right now of 100,000 plus. We need to be considering the initiatives we can be to set this city up for success. This is a multifaceted support for both mayor and council, as well as members of our administrative staff. So with that, we'll open debate.
And if I could, I'll just read off now what the motion arising is. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee requests the Governance Standing Policy Committee conduct a review of the organizational structure and staffing model of the mayor and council's offices, including a report on potential organizational options and funding sources to report back at a future date. So thank you very much for opening that. I don't know if there's anything else to add to that, or you'll save it for closing?
Yeah, I can save it for closing.
All right, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, and thank you for the discussion and the referral motion, because I think through the discussion we learned that there are several positions. I didn't know we had a council support position that was outside there. So I think having this referred to committee, council will get a good grasp on what support staff we do have and how that all fits together, and if we need additional capacity. I remember back in my first term, the mayor's office had 2 full-time staff, council had 1 full-time staff, and then future mayor went down to 1 full-time staff. Yeah, you. and so the staffing levels have been sort of up and down and all over the place, and I think just getting a grasp on it and how it all fits together is going to be very important. So I will support this referral. Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Every member of council does this job differently, and we all need more or less support. There's been conversations about whether we should be full-time, whether part-time works, and having heard all these conversations, I don't think any final decision has ever come. So referring this to council allows that, and it also allows us to be very transparent with the community, because through the SPC, they'll have an understanding of what staffing there is already, what staffing we might be considering, etc. So I absolutely will support the referral motion.
And Deputy Mayor Parker?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the work that Acting Mayor Rempel has put into this, Schmidt Rempel has put into this. No way by me supporting this shows that I'm endorsing this at all, and I think that's important to be noted here. I think I'm sending this to SBC in respect to my colleague that wants it brought there, and to my colleagues around this table here. And as Councillor Croson stated, this will give an opportunity for the community to see and have a say on the validity of adding 4 more staff to the bureaucracy within the city of Lethbridge. And I think people have an opportunity to have a say, and having it in SBC will give people that opportunity. It will give us an opportunity to ask questions to another level. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this, sending it to committee.
Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, the only reason I'm speaking is just to endorse exactly what Councillor Parker had said, that this is, I'm voting for a referral motion to have further discussion, and that's it. And it's not considered an endorsement at all. That is something to be determined at a different time. Thank you.
I see no further. Oh, Councillor Palladino?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too will support this based on respect to our colleagues here at the table. So,
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Ditto.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll pass it on for closing to Acting Mayor Schmidt Rempel.
I'll call the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. And that will be, that's a resolution. Is there a number on that then? That will be, it's a motion arising, so we don't have, because it's, yeah, definitely out of budget. Okay. Now, looking around to my colleagues here, we have one more here before taking a break. A couple more, is that? It's the last C. Can we finish up with the last?
There's another C after, at the end.
Oh, at the end. Like,
End.
End of the end.
C9. C9. And transit is the one that was put off to the end of the end. The end of the end. All right, so let's move along here. We will go through here with this C9, and then I would say if there's a break after that point. That would be, I'll look around my colleagues for that after, but let's move along with C9 from Acting Mayor Schmidt Rempel. Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee of City Council. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C9, Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee of City Council, to provide funding for the advisory committee with funding allocated as follows. From 2023 to 2026, $50,000 coming from taxation. And to open it up for discussion, Acting Mayor Schmidt Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The RLAC is an advisory committee to council on issues relating to reconciliation. One-time funding was provided during the last budget cycle. That was at the amount of $50,000 per year. This initiative proposes taxation as ongoing funding source of $50,000 to this group.
And open up for questions, Councillor Dodick.
We were provided with the financials. I'm trying to, the city treasurer, have you looked at the financials?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick, I just received them yesterday as well. I can't say that I've actually delved highly into the financials, but I do have them before me.
I'm trying to, could you explain to me, because I'm seeing a total of $96,000 and then for the 2022 budget, and then actual of $24,239.50, and then a variance of $72,6433. Does that variance mean that that's what they have? They already have?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick, from what I can see in the financial, that would be correct, is that of the total funding that was allocated, there's still a variance there to actuals of 72,000 remaining.
Means they have 72,000 they can deal with respect to whatever budget they have.
That is correct.
Okay, and then to the mover, if we're adding more money to an existing, the money that's already available, should we perhaps sort of, if anything, defer, right now it's starting in 23, 24, 25, and 26, with 72,000 already available. What about starting in 2024 versus 2023?
That is certainly something that council could consider.
Well then.
Are you putting in a friendly?
Well, it's friendly if only.
Is this accepted?
Is accepted. Let me quickly find. That's C8. Sorry. Okay, so the proposed amendment I would make is that, in fact, the amounts in 2023 be removed and zero be put in, so that the funding is 50,000 for 2024 and 50,000 for 2025.
And for 2026?
Oh, sorry, and 50,000 for 2026.
So that they spent down some of what they've got reserved.
That's correct.
And I would certainly entertain that, given that we do have $72,000, given that the group does have $72,000 sitting right now in their variance.
That has been accepted as a friendly amendment.
What exactly, just so exactly, what did you, and obviously can you repeat what you want to?
Okay, so right now you got, if you look at C9, you'll see that 50,000 is requested for 2023. So put zero for 2023 and leave the rest at 50,000 for 2024, 2025, and 2026. And that's because there's approximately 72,000 variance in their financial that could take care of 2023.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dodick, that was your question. I can take you out of the queue then? Or did you have something else? I know you're at the top of the queue. Okay, you're not anymore. Councillor Croson. Oh, sorry, City Treasurer, did you have something to add to that? I'm sorry, Councillor Croson, just one moment.
Mr.
My
Mayor.
answer might be the same, so.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, just and members of SPC, just give some context behind this. So back last budget cycle, there was N73. That was a total of $100,000. That's where the $96,000 remaining came from, as a part of coming from operating reserve at the time. So to carry over that funding, council has a resolution that at the end of 2022, any of their committee money would automatically cease to exist and go back. So in this, if we want to use that remaining $72,000, council needs to make a motion, part of the motion for us to keep that and roll that money over.
And Councillor Croson, is it in relating to this question here? Because I do have a question to this, but I'll let you go first since you're in the queue, if you've got a question on this.
No, I think partly what the Treasurer said is what I was going to ask. If we're going to save this 72,000, we'd have to put it into a BAU or something like that. Would that be correct, Mr. Matthews?
That's correct. We would roll that over for council and council committees within the BAU and have that there available for as part of the funding for this this initiative.
So council could receive the 72,000 and give out 50,000, thus earning us $22,000, or we could go with the motion that Councillor Dodick has on the floor.
Okay, so a question I would have to Mr. Matthews. I know that we do have a motion here on the floor that's been accepted. As far as your work, Mr. Matthews, and you're saying that the 72,000 would go into this BAU, and if we were to put it back to the 50,000, we're still 22,000, I guess, to the, I don't want to say the positive, but you know, it would put 50,000 in, the resolution would carry forward, and there's nothing that's outstanding for this particular through RLAC right now, $72,064.33 is a solidified number that would go back into the BAU. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, from the numbering amounts, you're correct. Okay, I'm just getting some information on the side, on the commitment side. So there is no other commitments against this funding at this time here, so you are correct that it would actually be 122,000 amount that would go in there if you put this off. You have the 72 plus the remaining amount. So you'd have the additional 22,000, I guess, above what we're doing here, I guess, on top of it.
And looking here now then, so Councillor Dodick, I guess well, it's been accepted here as a friendly, so I guess it'd go to the mover. Is there, hearing what you have here now, would you find that this 50,000 per year, or to stick with what has been your friendly already?
So moving the 72,000 into a BAU for the group, and then funding them at 50,000 for 2024, 2025, 2026, is that what you're asking?
I think what I'd heard from Mr. Matthews is the 72,000 is not accessible at the end of this year by the organization. It goes into council's committee dollars. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, so without making any change in resolution, the current resolution from City Council that was created, I believe, last budget cycle, that any committee funding for council at the end of December 31st, 2022 would go back to the MRSR, or would cease to exist. So what we're suggesting here is that with the 72,000, if council wants to maintain it, they will have to actually do another motion specific to this to actually maintain this funding to go over that period to be, kept it like Councillor Crowson had mentioned in regards to putting it into BAU so it's available for council or this committee's use in 2023 to 2026.
Now, regarding, I see that we've got a few in the queue here regarding this particular question. Councillor Carlson, you're next, or is it a different question? Because if you don't remember.
I think my question was going to be around that we would need a council resolution, because I know previously, maybe because council made a resolution directing this, that it doesn't fit anymore. Previously, the city manager was allowed to approve BAUs for committees, and it didn't have to be directed by city council. It was up to the city manager. I know that, am I misunderstanding? Because, for example, LPS, anytime they've had a surplus, it has never come back to council to say, motion to put that into a BAU. The city manager just received the request and did it if he felt it appropriate. So have we changed that?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, in regards to council committees specifically, there was a motion to change that. So there, I believe it was one of the directional resolutions from last budget cycle. So council had made that specific for those. So the city manager couldn't just carry that over because council made a directional resolution out of that last time.
Thank you. Then I have a question that surfaces to mind. Is that resolution on the books forever and ever, or was it specific to the 2018-2022 budget?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, to my knowledge, it is going on forward, so into infinity at this stage. Yeah, because I don't remember seeing anything there, the date range inside of the resolution, saying that would be different for council committees.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I think I've said what I need to on this part. I'm in for further questions on the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
This is a question for the city treasurer. All right. If the friendly stands as it is, so 0 for 2023, could we as council do a resolution and then just say that the whatever's remaining in the financials, being the $72,000, that can carry forward RLAC to use in 2023, so that effectively it would still remain as it shows up there, but it's just a special resolution of council that says, instead of, because irrespective of the fact that you haven't spent it by the end of December, we're prepared to let you use that funds for funding in 2023. Could we do that?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodig, yes. I don't see there is any reason you couldn't do that. You would, and I think what you're suggesting is that whatever amounts remaining of the RLAC committee funding at the end of 2022 would be carried over to 2023 for use. And the only thing I might suggest is that you might want to put it for the 2023 to 2026 periods as another option that you can consider as well too, instead of just 1 year.
Oh, the remaining 72,000.
72,000.
So we don't run into the same situation.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, so we can do that by way of a direction.
Would be a
That's
motion
right,
arising,
so
I
that's
take
correct.
it. All right. Councillor Croson.
Sorry, I'm still in for further stuff coming up.
Okay.
If this doesn't go forward, I have questions about the budget.
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Mr. Matthews. In regards to the budget that I'm having a look at for this group, there appears to be a number of areas that have gone unexpended, and I'm wondering whether discussions with this group about the ongoing need for line items within the budget is an effective allocation of funds. Is it necessary? For example, there's a commemorative project engagement for $15,900. Is this a project that's going to be actually achieved at some point, or is it just money that was put into a line item? It's simply to put money into a line item. So what I'm looking for is, there seems to be $72,000 out of this budget that I'm not quite sure what it's going to be used for and what the benefits are. Mr. Matthews, the BAU accounts, of course, have to be fairly specific in terms of what the allocation of those funds are going to be. So can you help me understand, is this the right budget for this group? Is $50,000 a year the right amount? We have a fairly healthy surplus out of this. Is it going to generate, at the $50,000 rate, is it going to generate additional surpluses that will be ongoing, that we then sort of look for projects, or how will this work?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Middleton Hope. I'll try to unpack a couple of the different questions inside of that here
Sure.
on it. The first bit of that here, I'm not sure, I don't think I could speak to specifically on the strategic planning projects, as some of the ones I think you're referring to inside of this information of whether they're moving forward. I think the RLAC committee themselves would have to take a look at, the reasons for why, or what they're looking at, for example, that commemorative project engagement. As in regards to the dollar value, once again, I think it would have to be, although that there's funding here, the funding envelope, basically what this would be is a funding envelope that would be provided to this committee to provide any sort of future reconciliation components. I think it might be a little bit, I'm just looking to my colleagues here, but what I'm saying is it might be a little premature at this stage here to understand whether or not the funding is adequate or that we need to change it. So in essence, there is a possibility that you could, council can always make that decision on what funding level they want to give to a committee and what, if their projects on it. So I think that's open for members of council to consider. I would, in regards to the BAU component, you are right, it is specific. In this regard, though, it would be specific that it has to be used for reconciliation Lethbridge approved community projects. So once again, it would be, the only option I could probably give you right now, and speaking at this point, is that at the time, next budget cycle, part of this motion could be that the committee must bring forward a more detailed budget over the period, what they would like to use it for, and have that. And I believe they have done that in the past, and I think they could probably do that as well again.
Thank you. Not to suggest that other members who attend the RLAC committees on a regular basis don't know, but I'm wondering if Councillor Crowston could perhaps shed some light on this.
I can talk to some of the projects just because of other areas I know. The Belly River Book Project is ongoing, so that was not spent in 2022, but that is ongoing. Because it's an oral history project, it's going to take longer than I think some people expect, but that one will be going on. Some of the other things, and again, I sat on when I was deputy mayor, so things may have changed, and either Councillor Schmidt-Rempel or Deputy Mayor Parker can speak to it. But some of the things weren't spent because they're still coming out of having to get reorganized after the pandemic and things. So some of the events weren't quite done. So Orange Shirt Day will absolutely be ongoing expense. The Sisters in Spirit Vigil happens every year. So there's certain things that you are going to see ongoing. With regards to things like honorariums and speakers, that is absolutely vital when you're working with elders. An elder needs to be considered from a protocol perspective at the height of a person with a PhD. So you would never invite an elder to something without paying them. So when they move forward on the Belly River Book Project or any of those, elders' expenses are going to be one of the parts of that as well. So many of these things based on when I was sat on the committee and from other things I'm aware of will absolutely be spent moving forward.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Director Fox.
Through the chair, I just would like to speak on behalf of the budget that you see in front of you today. It would be really good if you say the remaining funds, because there are some of this budget that the invoices are still coming in on. So that may reduce the 72 slightly. So again, it may be closer to the 50 at the end of the day. So we just had a celebration yesterday of the Métis flag raising. There were some purchases made for that. There is some ongoing work where there may be some invoices in the next 6 weeks. So some of that budget would. So for 2023, I would recommend just to make it for the remaining funds in this.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, out of fairness to the organization, and we do this with all organizations, we have questions. Usually the chairperson or the general manager of that area usually is here to answer questions on it. We're kind of doing things on ad hoc, trying to assume what they're doing with this funds and this funds. Would it be more fair to table this and ask the representatives, we have 2 chairs on that committee, to maybe come forward just to answer questions in regards to their funding, where they are status-wise and the challenges or opportunities facing them, just out of fairness to them versus us doing this on ad hoc? Is that a good observation or a good recommendation? Because we have, go ahead.
I guess because we're so close to the end of the year, so we're at mid-November. In essence, if this resolution rolling over the funds, it's giving them the funds that the resolution as unamended would give them, but also give them the opportunity to have some additional funds that they may or may not allocate between November 15 and December 31. So normally I would agree with you, but it's just because it's coming to the end of the year that I think they probably want some sort of certainty in knowing what their budget is going forward.
And fair enough, and I think that, and I appreciate those comments, Councillor Doig. So what I can do at the next meeting that I go to at RLAC, myself or the mayor, and I think Acting Mayor Rempel sometimes comes as well, just as an observer now, which is greatly appreciated, is ask them to come maybe before the year end just to make a brief presentation of where they are and all that, just so we're kept in the loop. So, because I think they are supposed to make presentations on an annual basis to us. They do, don't they, Councillor?
Yeah. They've been in front of us several times over the last year.
But they can maybe answer some of these questions later on, but I completely what you're saying, Councillor Dodick. Thank you.
Do you have anything more to add, Mr. Fox?
All that I was going to add is the chairs are planning to come forward to an SPC before the end of the year.
Thank you. All right, now we do have, I don't know if we can put up the motion arising now. So
We're working on an amendment to this motion. Actually.
Amendment to this one, so it's not a motion arising? Okay.
I'm wondering if now could be a time that we
to take a recess.
talk
I
to
would agree.
finance as well, make sure we get this right.
Perfect. Let's do that. We'll recess. Recess. All right. All right, we will get back to C9. And I do have an amendment from Councillor Dodick. And I think we can put that up on the screen. It is, be it resolved that the unallocated funds at December 31st, 2022 in the Reconciliation and Lethbridge Advisory Committee, RLAC, be allocated to budget appropriations unexpended for use within the 2023 to 2026 RLAC operating budget, notwithstanding the following directional resolution number 4 on November 24th, 2018, which is therefore be resolved that any funds remaining from the committees of council at the end of the operating budget cycle be transferred to the MRSR rather than being carried over. So with that, we do have the amendment on the floor, so we will, I'll entertain questions on the amendment. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Councillor Dodick?
I have to give credit to the city clerk for catching the directional resolution number 4 referred to in this amendment. Basically, that resolution required that any funds remaining for the Committee of Council at the end of the operating budget, and in this case, it would be the $72,000 from RLAC. So because of that particular resolution, which was a directional resolution of council back in 2018, we have this amendment which says, notwithstanding that, at least in the case of RLAC and the unexpended funds that they have remaining in November, can then be rolled over to be used in the 2023-2026 RLAC operating budget. So that leads us to the zero budget or zero amount allocated from this budget process in 2023, and then the 50,000 in 24, 25, 26. But they also have use of this, the remaining amount of their budget in 2023 and up to 2026.
Thank you.
So I'd ask for council support. I understand this requires a supermajority because it's effectively an amendment of a pre-existing resolution, so I would ask for the super council to vote for it.
It does require 2/3. Now, is there any more debate on, this is on the amendment? Councillor Middleton Hope?
Well, it's in effect, it's a question to Mr. Matthews, which I think may pose some additional food for debate. Am I not correct, Mr. Matthews, in any funding that goes to a BAU account has to be for a specific purpose, and it needs to be identified for that purpose? This seems to be somewhat general in nature. So I think if that's the policy, then perhaps what we need to do is we need to make the $72,000 allocated to specific initiatives as opposed to a general fund.
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Middleton Hope, it is true that when we say specific projects and so forth, most times for departments, like because it's a departmental section of BAU, there'll be a specific departmental project. This one may be a little bit different how we've handled council committees in the past that have rolled over in the BAUs. We've just put the remaining amount for the committee inside of there because council has directed the money within that budget term to stay there. So I don't necessarily think in this one it's up to SPC if they want to make it more specific on it. That may prove a little bit difficult at this stage here. I'm not sure if there's enough information to do that. But definitely if you do this here, what you could do is put another proviso onto it if this is the case, that they have to come back with the projects that this money's being carried over for. So
excuse me, I think even to make it a little bit less complicated, I mean, we see that there's a gap in 2023 funding, so could there not be a general statement in terms of managing the budget or something of that nature for 2023? Because that's in effect what they're using it for. They're using it to bridge 2023 to 2024. Is that not correct? Could we not say something in that line so that we're consistent with our application of policy in regards to BAU use?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Middleton Hope, by all means, Economic SPC can change to do that. That would just mean that in this regard, depending on where that lands at the end of the year, it could be that they would have additional money in one time in 2023. The only thing you council or us members of FCPC might want to consider is that they might want to use that additionals, i.e. if there was $22,000 remaining, do they need it for 24, 25, or 26 as well? So the way it's written here, it would allow them to use that, not only the 50, but also the additional over the rest of the period. If you make it more specific, it would be considered specific within and how we treat it in the BAU.
And would that not give them the opportunity to for operating costs over the, or operating expenditures over the course of 2023, if there is $22,000 remaining unexpended, then perhaps that would give them some time, the course of the next year, to identify where those funds might be allocated?
Yes.
So you're going to do, you want to do an amendment to the amendment, or?
Not all for amendments to amendments to amendments, but the reality is we've got some funds here that we need to follow at least the way in which we proceed in other areas of the corporation, which makes sense to me. So if we can say that those funds need to be specifically allocated for the operating budget for 2023, and any remaining portion thereof would be allocated to specific projects in subsequent years.
Can I?
Does that work, Mr. Matthews?
Can I respond to that?
Councillor Dodick, yeah.
My response is that C-9, which will be voted on, is quite, I wouldn't say specific, but it does indicate what their operating funds are to be used for, at least what the purpose is, 2024 for 2025 and 2026. So if we change the amendment slightly to say that for use within the, for example, where it says 2023 to 2026 RLAC operating budget as identified in new initiative C9, notwithstanding, and so on, would that allay some of your concerns? Because it's specifically using those funds for the purposes that C9 was initially brought forward for.
And I appreciate my colleague's comments. I think it's important to make that distinction. I think it is important to identify where funds are going, and this is one way that we're holding this particular group, as we would hold any other group, accountable for the expenditures. So I can certainly live if that's an amendment, or if you see that within the language of the motion that it's there, then I can live with that. But I just want council to be, this committee rather, to be aware of the use and the purpose of BAUs and how they need to be reported. That's all I'm making this committee aware of.
Here are the specific words that I would add. After the words 2026 RLAC operating budget in the third line, I would add, as identified in new initiative C-9, comma, notwithstanding.
Mr. Matthews, are you all agog as a result of that change?
This resolution works for ourselves.
And thank you, colleague, for bringing that forward.
Okay, I call for the super vote.
All right, with that, I see no further debate, so.
Please.
Oh, and I just wanted to add, just for my colleagues to know, Councillor Crozan has a prior commitment. She'll be back just after lunch, be rejoining us. So this requires a 2/3 majority here, and so with that, I will call for the vote. All in favor of the amendment? Parker's got 2 hands, so we're up to. All right. That's unanimous. So you're over their super vote, Councillor Dodick. Now we'll go back to the resolution in its entirety, including the amendment. So as amended, are there any questions on the resolution as amended? I see none, so I will go back to the mover to open debate.
Thank you very much. I would ask for council's support on this, and I will thank Councillor Dodick for bringing forward his amendment, which does help out the RLAC group. With that, any other debate?
No further in debate, so question has been called. All in favor? And any opposed? No, that carries unanimously. Thank you. 8. That was C, which one was that? That was C9. That was 8. Okay. So now I'm going to say the one that we brought up, I'll mention that she was away, which is C, which one was the one that for transit? Anyways, oh, forget that. Yeah. All right, so we have now made our way through. There's a couple that have been moved to the end on our C initiatives, but we'll move to or just the one, transit. So we'll move to, and that is brought forward by Councillor Croson. So of course we will wait on that one, and we'll move into our N initiatives, and we'll start off with N1 and 2. Now, I do not have a mover on this. I will read what it is. It's Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, all right?
I'll take that one.
Communications and Engagement Evolution, N1 and 2. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N1 and 2, Communications and Engagement Evolution, to transition 3 existing term positions to permanent full-time positions and establish a community engagement program with funding allocated as follows. From taxation, 2023, 194,400, 2024, 214,700, 2025, 203,900, and 2026, 235,200. And from utilities, fleet and land overhead charges in 2023 of 97,700, 2024, 107,600, 2025, 102,400, and 2026, 117,900. And I'll open it up for questions, or did you want to introduce that first, Acting Mayor?
Actually, I would like to ask that we moved into a closed session because I have some questions for the city manager with regards to this initiative before we move forward with our decisions.
All right, and it is in camera.
Motion to go into
Motion
close,
go in
please.
camera. That is made by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, and who would be in the room? It is.
Councillor Croson is unavailable and is the only person online. We could not make everyone else pack up and go. We could go upstairs. That's good, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Councillor Croson is not here, so we will meet in the boardroom. Thank you.
Someone will carry candidates again. Yeah.
All right, thank you everyone, and for your patience, and welcome back. We're going to go through the resolution, first of all, from the closed meeting, from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, N1, N2, and C7-2. Be it resolved, the City Council direct the closed meeting discussions with respect to N1, N2, and C7.2 remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much for this. I believe we may also need to add N25 to this.
Oh, and N25. So N1, N2, C7.2, and N25.
Yes.
With the same information, Madam City Clerk, the information there as far as the FOIP is fine? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I'll call the question.
Okay, questions called on the amend. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. All right. Now we'll move back into a communications and engagement evolution. N1 and N2. It is up on this. Well, will be up on the screen. Won't read it again here, but we do have, yes, it's up on the screen, moved by, this is Acting Mayor, and I will have you reintroduce, or if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
No, nothing to add to that. This initiative would transition 3 existing term positions to permanent full-time positions. This enables this department to meet current levels of service, also provides additional resourcing to establish a consistent community engagement program.
Right. Are there any questions on this? Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And so is there an ability possibly to just support one at this time, possibly? And if so, what would probably be the most crucial one? I direct that to the city manager, and of course.
I will let Ms. Grindle speak to it. I believe the answer is probably external communications, but she can elaborate further.
Correct. Yes, I would say the external communications is the most critical.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Through you to probably city manager or city treasurer designate. Part of this is utility funded, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Carlson, that is correct. So portion of the funding source does come from self-funded areas, utilities, subdivisions and so forth, those kind of areas. The reason for that is because of the mixture of work they do across the organization. They support water, wastewater, waste and recycling, and those kind of areas as well. So that's how we allocate it out. We do it based on a model that actually allocates out based on the type of work that a group does.
And is it fair to say it's about a third? According to
be fair to say, as I'm glancing at it, yes,
yeah,
it is.
I thought it was pretty fair to say as well. And so I'm just curious, those areas of the corporation, these numbers have already been taken effect when putting forward those internal budgets and utility rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So one of those could already be funded from, in my mind, through self-funded or utilities. And so in theory, in sort of response to Councillor Parker's, Deputy Mayor Parker's question, there comes a raise with that title, I believe, so I want to use it as much as I can. We could fund one from taxation, leave one funded from utilities, or is that fair to say? Or would if we did fund one, would we just leave it as the utility funded? And I'm just using utility as the catch-all. Or would we then do a split again and then have to re-edit all those budgets? I'm just not sure how it could possibly work.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, so typically when we do this piece, it's a proration of it. It wouldn't be, not to say that, I'd have to talk a little bit more with Mr. Sanchez in regards to that, but I would think that it would be, typically we do it a proration of the position or the type of work. So it'd be it's weighted, I guess you'd say,
Right.
to each one of those. So a third of it of one position would be covered in that way, and that's how the model works today.
Okay, so it would, because it would be unfair to say, we'll just, fund it all from utilities, even though it doesn't really accrue.
That's not how we normally do it in the model.
Okay, thank you.
And just further to that, I see here, and I just wanted to make sure here, 2023 to 2026, it's looking actually about half is utilities of that 97.7 out of 194 in the first year, up to pretty much the same through all the years. So about half is utility. So well, half of the actual fee for all three positions would come from utilities, and half, or sorry, I'm sorry, 1/3, yes, 194 to 97. Thank you. Appreciate that. So of that, so of the 1/3, so with one position in here, you'd take 1/3, I guess, of each of these is from what I'd heard already. So you might be at 37,000 from utilities and whatever.
That would, yeah, so to Mr. Mayor, that is roughly, we would need to go back and just take a look at what the actual costs are to get the amount, but by the percentages, yeah, that would be a close proximate.
Okay. Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but using 2023 as an example, if one FTE was funded, would it be 1/3 of 194,400 would be taxation, and 1/3 of 97,700 would be from utilities, fleet, and land, and that same calculation would apply going through 24, 25, and 26?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Dodick, so really overall, when we do the piece here, it's 33% roughly of the total cost of whatever the initiative is would be funded by utilities, just because of the mixture of the work that area does. Sometimes it can be different if the position is a lot more for one piece. We have seen that in a few others, i.e., so if it's directly almost 100% supporting utilities, or it would be a higher percentage, but for this piece, it'd be about 33% of the total cost would be attributable to utilities.
Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Thank you. In regards to the term positions, Ms. Grindle, if we did nothing, these term positions will come to an end at some point in 2023, is that correct? And do you have funding to continue with these positions for any part of 2023?
One of the positions is a 2-year term, which will end in 2024, in January of 2024. And yes, and those don't have any extended funding right now.
Okay. So essentially, if there was no additional funding, then that funding would terminate at some point, staggered throughout 2023. But you would have those people in those positions until that time.
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. And Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, so I'd like to propose an amendment to the initiative to go from 3 FTE to 1 FTE using the same calculations as was used in N1 and 2, having it as 1/3 funded taxation and 1/3 funded utilities, fleet, and land, ongoing 23, 24, 25, 26.
I am scribbling these numbers down. I knew prior to you stating that, and so I'm just going through what these numbers are here now, as I'm sure Madam City Clerk will pass them along so we can get them up on the screen. So it'd be one position, and it would be 1/3 of all of those numbers would be replaced, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Give it just a... While this is coming through, Councillor Middleton Hope, you have a question?
I have. As proposed, so this is an addition, this is 1 FTE in place of 3. We have 3 positions that are continuing on into 2023. Could we, in terms of approving an additional position, could we delay that position for 1 year to accommodate the term positions that are currently ending over the course of 2023. So in
What-
other words, do we need the funding in 2023?
So I'm wondering if we put this up here now because we should vote on the amendment and then ask the questions, correct me if I'm wrong, on the amendment. Correct? So we would have to get it on the amendment that's coming through. So we'll have the amendment and then that question, great question, could come on the amendment prior to voting on that. Is that
I can vote against the amendment.
correct? But you can ask questions on the amendment.
Because then we can amend the amendment.
Then you could amend the amendment. Or vote against, yeah.
Like mud.
So the numbers would not have to be changing because we're actually saying that there's a calculation, or are we actually going to change the numbers? Okay. Seeing this amendment from Councillor Dodek, and I know it's going to be coming in here, and we know the spirit of this particular amendment. Do we want to first ask questions on the amendment? Just on the amendment, not on the full resolution, on the amendment. And I could start off with Councillor Middleton Hope, because I believe it's a written, so it still have to be voted on, correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yeah, it will
Yes.
have to be voted on. It's an amendment, not a friendly.
But we can still ask the questions prior.
Yes.
Yes. So open to questions, Councillor Middleton Hope. Thank you.
The question's been asked.
Okay,
Anybody not remember? It was 2 minutes ago.
but it's just on the amendment.
Yeah,
Okay.
fair enough. Paul, the question that I asked is in regards to the amendment, is it not? So the question is, could we not obfuscate the funding for this additional position for 2023 predicated on the fact that they have 3 term positions that will come due at various times during the course of 2023. One position, dollars, not necessarily that position, but one position, dollars, runs through 2023 into 2024, the beginning of 2024. So does that then mean that we could eliminate the need for funding this position in 2023? And then still, if we felt compelled to authorize that position in 2024 and forward, then there would be new funding that would be required.
I'll take a partial stab at that. You heard that one of the positions, the term positions that we're talking about ends in January of 23, one ends in February of 23, and then one ends in January of 24. I think it would be very difficult to try to parse out or pull out of the 3 with terms ending at different times, having regard to the nature of the people that are doing the work right now. So from my point of view, it would be unworkable.
With all due respect to my colleague, I'm not sure that that's a position that any member of council can take. That's more a position that maybe Ms. Grindle would take, saying that the position that is funded through to the end of 2023 is untenable in the position that we envision the funding for.
Okay, then I suggest you make an amendment.
Great idea.
Or did you want the question directed to Ms. Grindle? She may be able.
What I'm trying to do, Ms. Grindle, is get you the position, but at the same time, if there's funding that's available there already, then if we can ignore having to fund that in 2023 and fund it in 2024 and beyond, is there a way that we can do that?
I guess without knowing what we have, I mean, I think if we get a position, it would be looking at what we need the most, and that would be the position we would fund. So without knowing that, it's kind of hard to say, but like whose term ends when kind of idea, right? And without knowing what it is that we have to work with going forward.
Well, you've provided us with 2 indications as to what is important.
Yeah.
One was the website design and development, and the second one was
I would say the most important thing we've said is external communications.
External
we need
communications.
To focus on, yeah.
Yeah, right. So, of those positions, and we're not talking about the people that are in the positions, we're simply talking about the funding for those positions. Funding can continue, could it not, in the direction that you would like it to go, that would fund the initiative that you believe is the most important over the course of 2023?
Yeah, but without knowing what person is in that position, I don't know what term would run out when.
I certainly don't know. I'm not the manager of the area.
That's where I'm having a bit of trouble.
Hey, can I add to this here? I understand that the most important that you said within your team is the external community engagement.
Communications, yeah.
Communications. Currently, is one of the positions that are expiring deal with that?
Yes.
Okay, and that one expires when, that term?
February 2024.
February 2024? Or 2020?
January, sorry.
January 2024. Oh, so you do have that particular one, the most important one, still carries on for one full more year, year and a couple months. But then we don't have the website, but there is funding, correct me if I'm wrong, through DICE for that role until it finishes, which is, or at least the website is finishes, which is in 6 months, correct? About 6 months?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You've got your answer.
Yes, well, and that's, and I think, did you get that there, that the position?
We've got funding for there is funding in place, Ms. Grindle, for the website development until July, I think you said. There is also funding in place for the website development until January 2024.
Sorry, what was the first one?
Holy moly. So.
The first one was the website, you said.
Yeah,
no?
the first is the website.
Yeah.
And that's good till July.
January 2024, I think. We could extend that one.
Okay,
the term
and
funding we have.
the external communication.
Yeah.
So there was, at one point you talked in terms of funding that would be available until July of 2023 for one of the positions.
No, January. January and February of 2023, and then January of 2024. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the money.
So with that, Deputy Mayor?
What Councillor Milton Hope says is very similar to what we did for the committees for council support in the City Clerk's Department. And that it was, am I correct in that, Madam City Clerk? Because what you're saying is it's not like, we've set a precedent here before. Am I correct?
For our initiative, we have funding for a position till September 2023. So we reduced the amount that we require for 2023, but put the full amount in for 24, 25, 26.
So
there would be an amendment then.
Yeah, so what I'm asking, is there a way that we can reduce it for the first year so that if the position is voted on and approved, then it would only be funded for 24, 25, and 26?
So that would be an amendment to the amendment that's in front of us right now.
Double amendment.
So, Madam City Clerk, just to make sure, we vote on this particular amendment first, since it's on the table?
So this is an amendment to the amendment. We would vote on this first.
Any further questions to this amendment? Now, we've got your questions, so before we entertain an amendment to this, are there any further questions with the current amendment? Is that?
I think we're going to need finance to give us an amount for 2023, a reduction.
I think in fairness, Your Worship, if it's possible, I mean, is this even something that the rest of council is prepared to entertain?
Well, that's what would go through on the questions in the debate.
Imagine that.
So currently we have up an amendment, and Deputy Mayor Parker, is that on the amendment?
No, I'm done.
Section? You're done? Okay. So with the dollars changed, now do we need to make that adjustment on the amendment that's currently sitting there? Or does the 2/3 taxation, 1/3 speak to that?
We're just working on those details as we speak, actually.
All right.
Don't know if we need 2 more minutes or if we want to go to another item and come back while we finish this up. We need 2 more minutes? Yep, just 2 more minutes. My apologies. Trying to do this on the fly is a little bit of work.
Want my numbers? 32, 241, 35, 508, 33, 792. Okay, so I'm going to, when the numbers get through here, and after we get those numbers in, then Councillor Middleton Hope's numbers for 2023 will change from what will be put. Yeah. We could, if you'd like, would you like some more time with this, and we could move on to N3?
I think, Mr. Matthews, do you need more? He's just punching the numbers in right now.
You want me to tell you? I've got them here.
Okay, we got it.
All right, got it. Now we'll see how close you are to my numbers. 64, 867. No.
Change the plans, Mr. Mayor. Let's just go to the next one. We got to double check our math here. So, well, if we go to the next one, we can come back to this one after.
All right, so let's move along here, and we could come back. So we're going to no, we will.
Let's table it to the call of the chair. So when they're ready, then you can just put it back on the floor.
All right, so all right, and let's move along here. So let's go, so that's N1 and N2. It's tabled. We are going to move to N3. FOIP Support Municipal Census Reduction Records Management Program, N3. Be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N3, FOIP Support Municipal Census Reductions Records Management Program to create one permanent full-time FOIP position, as well as establish the foundation of a corporate records management program while reducing the frequency of a municipal census with funding allocated as follows. In 2023, from taxation, $34,100. From utilities, fleet and land, $25,900, and from operations, $150,000. 2024, a credit in taxation of $118,700, and fleets, utility fleets and land overhead charges of $44,900, and 0 in operations. 2025 is a credit of $118,700. Utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges of $44,900 and $0 from operations. And in 2026, a credit of $118,700 from taxation. Utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges of $44,900 in 2026, and operations of $0. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So the City Clerk's Department has found a way to help cover the cost of providing better services to our community while moving ahead. So what they're recommending here, as you'll note, is they're recommending canceling the municipal census. This is something that can be done because the province is no longer using the municipal census numbers, so it's no longer needed to do. That would then provide some of the funding towards, as noted, a FOIP coordinator and other services. There is a growing demand in this area, and this would help us comply with legislative service levels for FOIP. And as noted, better corporate records management. So that is the initiative before the committee.
All right, I do have questions. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Can somebody, through you to City Manager Designate, can somebody explain to me what operations and how that differs from taxation? Sorry, City Manager. Just in the funding of this, mostly I'm thinking about the one-time cost to develop the catalog, et cetera. And it says it'll be taxation, utilities, and operations. Gallbladder?
I think that's already in the budget.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Carlson, as Councillor Carlson mentioned, what that means, and you'll see a couple places in the budget, that means that we have existing funding in the existing budget to cover that amount.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Thank you. Through your worship to City Manager, to Mr. Lowen, is there not a statutory requirement / obligation to attend to FOIP that does not appear that we have sufficient capacity to be able to meet it currently?
Yes, the response to FOIP is the timelines and appropriate service levels are set by legislation. In terms of capacity, I defer to the clerks for actually what's currently happening and what the current level is required for.
There is legislated deadlines set by the province. However, you can ask the province for extensions, which we have done quite a few times.
So paying Peter to play Paul, at some point those FOIP requests have to be addressed. And we're having difficulty achieving that capacity with the current staffing that we have. Okay, thank you.
City Manager?
Yeah, I was just going to echo that comment, is that, yeah, the requests are well exceeding capacity, and yeah, there's a significant pressure in this area.
More of a backlog as time goes as well, because we're asking for extensions, and I would only imagine that as further requests come in, it pushes those further down. Okay. Thank you. With that, I have no further questions. So to debate, Councillor Crozan, open.
Sorry, I just want to clarify my statement when I said we are getting rid of the municipal census. We're getting rid of 3 of the 4 years. It would still say once per term of council. So it would be done in 2023 and not 2024, 2025, and 2026. As was noted in my opening, as well as in questioning, this has a legislative requirement. This also has a component to it that we do not have the staffing sufficient to meet the demands in the FOIP request. So I hope my colleagues will support this. And unless there's further debate, I'll call the question.
I see no further debate. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We pass on.
Motion to adjourn. That's very tiring.
Great. Move on to N4. This is moved by Councillor Crowson and Councillor Middleton Hope. Committees of council support. N-4, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N4, Committees of Council support to transition an existing term position to a permanent full-time position to support the governance structure of council and the various boards, commissions, and committees, with funding allocated as follows. In 2023, from taxation, $11,532, utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, $8,700, 2024, $45,727, and $35,200 for taxation, utilities respective. 2025, $46,047 taxation, $35,200 utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, and 2026, $46,167 taxation and $35,400 utilities, fleet, and land. I'm not sure who would like to introduce this. Councillor Crowson, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Councillor Middleton Hope can go first.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. In discussions with the City Clerk's office on this particular initiative, they are, again, this is a huge capacity issue for them, and without additional support, the functioning of City Council per se is certainly going to be impeded. So I think it's important to recognize that they have done a comprehensive examination of the capacity that they have for work within their area, and they have come forward requesting an additional person to that area. We are a growing city. It is becoming a more complex city, as is government. At the end of the day, this is an initiative that will bolster the relationship between the city clerk's office and council. And Councillor Crowson.
If you like democracy, do I have an initiative for you? N4 is vital for actually helping us to maintain some of that. During a time when we worry that people have been disengaged, how can we not support better public engagement? It's absolutely essential that citizens take an active interest in the direction of their local government and express their views, bringing their best ideas to the table. Much of this work, or quite a bit of this work, is done through our boards, commissions, and committees, and this is what some of this work would be providing. We have, as you know, a large number of boards, committees, and commissions. They provide advice to council. They do work that goes far beyond what many volunteers will do, but they also on those places are learning about our community and helping more people understand what our community is about. Provides an avenue of communication between council and the community, and it actually is there to support the work of council. But none of that work can be done without the city clerk's department. Over the past few years, we've actually done a great deal of work within boards, commissions, and committees. We have looked at enhancing recruitment and training. We've looked at enhanced meeting support. We've looked at making sure that the minutes are well kept and that the corporate record is there. All of that work has fallen onto the city clerk's department, and this would actually provide them with the resources they need to maintain and continue that work.
Thank you. I do open it up for questions now. Councillor Dodick.
My question deals with, and I don't know whether the city clerk can answer this or whether the treasurer can answer this, is how much of this initiative or what percentage of this initiative is used to deal with the special purpose committees of council? And the reason I ask that question is that a number of years back, we had a council on off weeks, and then we had, when necessary, community issues committee meetings on the other weeks. So basically, twice a month there would be meetings. With special purpose committees, we have many more committees and many more meetings requiring many more minutes, administrative staff. So are you able to give me an idea as to what percentage of this particular initiative is SPC responsible for in terms of admin work?
Councillor Dodick, it would be a very small percentage that would be devoted to the Standing Policy Committee meetings. This term position is mainly devoted to the boards, committees, and commissions. In 2019, there was direction from council that we enhance it. We had a term position help us. That term position is still, well, a different term position is still doing that work. So we took on 10 boards and committees and commissions that clerks did not support. For example, the Police Commission, and there was many others. Some of the committees didn't have records, they didn't have agendas, they didn't follow deadlines. So that's what we're doing. And it also looks after the recruitment process and appointment process for those public member boards, committees, and commissions, the members, and all the other memberships. So that's what that position does, and the interviewing sets it up for council.
What I heard was a very small percentage related to the SPCs. Thank you.
Long-winded.
A question I'd have is that comes from that question from Councillor Dodick to Madam City Clerk. You're saying the Police Commission, with the addition of that, do they have a role now that is actually covered by Police Commission, or does the Police Commission not have an executive director or a position there that does deal with some of this, or no?
Police Commission, it's just clerks that help and support the Police Commission right now. That came to us in, I believe, either 2019 or 2020. It wasn't formally with clerks. So we just took that on, we absorbed it as well.
Sorry, I thought I realized that there was a position that was actually, someone was hired from the Police Commission to do some of this work. That's not the case.
A legislative assistant.
Councillor
Yes and no. There's been an executive or an administrative assistant that has been hired on a part-time basis for the commission, which a portion of that is also provided to the city clerk's office. That's also a position that very likely at some point in the not-too-distant future, if not before, will need to be an elevated position either into an executive director's position or at least a position that can handle additional capacity. So it's a position that, quite candidly, I think is moving away from the city clerk's office, and the city clerk then is left with a void on top of this.
Right. All right. Any further questions on this? Seeing none, to open debate, I guess we'll start with Councillor Middleton Hope, followed by Councillor Croson in debate, and then we'll continue if there's anyone else.
I'll defer to Councillor Croson on the commencement of the debate.
As I noted in my opening, we have some incredible volunteers in this community who go above and beyond to sit on our boards, committees, and commissions. They do great work, but that work has to be documented. It has to be organized. The agendas need to be set. The minutes need to be taken. That work is done by the city clerk department. So if we want to support those boards, committees, and commissions and the volunteers on it, this is the position we need to fund.
Right. And I see no further people in debate, so Councillor Middleton Hope, do you want to close debate?
Well, I think you've heard from both Councillor Croson and myself and from the city clerk in regards to the need for this position. I note, and I would just like clarification from Mr. Matthews in regards to the budget that is proposed for this. We've accounted for a lead-in time to hire this person in 2023, and therefore the dollars are prorated.
Mayor, to Councillor Middleton Hope, that is correct.
Good. Thank you very much. I think we've heard, perhaps, unless there's additional comments from any member of council, then this is my closing.
Yeah, that's a closing. I've heard the question being called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. All right. Can we go back to N1, N2, or are we, okay, we can hop back to N1, N2. All right, so we put that up on the screen, which I believe we've got it, and we've got the adjusted numbers. Oh.
His amendment's on the floor, so that should have the 2023 corrected in there.
So we were ready. I want to see how close we were.
But in and in 2024, of course, 3550. Okay, gotcha. They're coming in.
We're only dealing with Councillor Middleton Hope's amendment to the amendment right now.
Amendment to the amendment. Okay.
Which
It's
would
the
bring
amendment to the amendment.
2023 to 0.
Respectfully, can we make sure that goes up on screen for me as well?
It is coming up on the screen. I'm hoping that you can see. Is this the screen that Councillor Croson does see? You're seeing that change currently, Councillor Croson?
Have to get the
You are?
person in the
Okay.
Yes. Just seeing it change now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment, which is just the change of 2023 from the 194.4 that went down to 1/3 and is down to 0 now with the amendment from Councillor Middleton Hope. So discussion, questions on the amendment resolution? Is there any? All right. Open debate?
Nothing other than, do you get it?
Hey,
About process, we
So-
had an amendment from,
Councillor Dodick and then Councillor Carlson. Councillor Dodick?
yes, I will be voting against this amendment to the amendment. And the reason for that is that I understand what Councillor Middleton Hope is trying to do, but it seems like we're getting into the operational weeds here. We got way too much discussion into the 3 FTEs and deciding which one is the most important. And that is actually a decision that we expect the communications department to utilize the funds that they receive to the best of their abilities. Now, they would have liked the 3 FTEs. They realize now that there isn't support for that, but I don't think we should be forcing on them, saying that now you have basically 1/3 of what you're requesting, and council is telling you what to use that money for, and by trying to calculate and parse out what money's available based on term limits that are expiring, one at January of 23, one at February of 23, or January 24, puts them, in my view, in an untenable position. So I'm asking council not to support this amendment. Let the terms run out as they will, and let the communications department have the budget for a complete FTE for the years 23 through 26.
I see no further debate, and so to close the debate on the amended.
And thank you for that. I think the proposal accommodates an increase in positions, while at the same time it's also demanding fiscal accountability of an area of the corporation, which says you have funding currently, it'll last through 2023, you need money for a new position, start it in 2024. Close.
Right. With that, I believe the question's been called. All in favor? Opposed?
Do a roll call.
We'll do that in a roll call. Actually, I think it's 2 to 7. All right. With that, we'll go back to the resolution. We just need to adjust 2023 back to what those numbers are, and that's back to the amended resolution by Councillor Dodick. Councillor Dodick, open up for any discussion on 2023, now with it going back to just the regular amended resolution, not the amended.
I'll reserve comments to closing.
All right, questions, Councillor Carlson? Or you're in for debate? I see no questions on this, so to open debate, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. I appreciate council, especially Councillor Dodick, doing their due diligence on this to say, you know, this does seem a fairly large expenditure in the corporation on communications. However, I can't support it at this time because communications to me has become much more and more important over our time on council. In fact, yesterday during debate and deliberations on amendments to the budget, I recall members sitting around this horseshoe saying, and we need to make sure this gets communicated. And communication, and you've got to communicate. If we're doing parking fine increases, make sure it's communicated, and communicate and communicate. And how do you do that without the staff? So I appreciate this, and if this is a final last-ditch attempt, I will probably jump on board. But at the moment, I see the need in our corporation for increased communication. Our website alone is brand new. It is the most used tool from our community in ways to communicate with all of us, all of city administration, all the staff. It's very important to our community. So I will support this as a last-ditch attempt, but I really believe that communication needs to be enhanced. Council keeps expecting and some cases demanding more communication, more engagement with our community, and it's hard to do when you don't have the capacity. So I won't support this at this time because I believe we need a much more robust communication and engagement with our community.
Well, thank you very
Deputy
much.
Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I will be supporting the amendment. I think Councillor Dodick makes a lot of sense when in his earlier comments in regards to the amendment, voting against the amendment. It's all the logic of why we should be supporting this. It gives the department the staff it needs. It's told that there is one crucial job that needs to be done, and that they need that one person. We also have to remind ourselves that this department has gone from 4 to 10 people over the last few years and all that. and it's grown quite a bit, and I do believe we get good value for our dollar. But we have to be knowing that we can't fund every single project that's brought forward in front of us. We can't say yes to every single thing that gets brought forward us. We're the stewards of the community funds, and we have to make value decisions. And I trust that even if this wasn't to get supported and there was those 3-term positions expired, I know and trust that department would still do an amazing job with the resources they have in place. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this amendment.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. My conversation is along the lines of what Councillor Carlson was saying. We do rely on this department a great deal. We are always wondering, why did not this information not get out to the public? Did people know about this? Have we communicated enough? I think it's absolutely vital that we work with this department and ensure they have the support that they need. And while I might be wanting to give them more support, I will be going for this amendment, because otherwise I don't know if they'll get any. So I'm going to hedge my bets here and support this, because I think that will at least give them some support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. This one's a hard one for me because this one hits so close to home, given that this is my job as well, here as well as in my contract work. I certainly recognize that the job of communications has expanded over the years. As Ms. Grindle has outlined, they now also do public relations. So when we're getting bashed on social media, they're the ones taking the heat. They're not only doing communications, they're doing customer service. So when somebody calls to complain about the snow not getting plowed properly, they're taking care of it on the weekends. We're not. There can never be enough communications out there. There can never be enough communications out there, and it is so hard to hit all the audiences. They are one conduit that helps us combat inaccurate information that goes out there, and that is so vitally important right now. I recognize that asking for the full 3 positions to get funded will likely not pass with this group. I will support this resolution so that at least we see 1 position get funded. And then I sincerely hope the city manager will be working with this group to help them fill out what they need to do and help and support them in the additional positions and what they need and the work they need to accomplish. And I do thank them for all the hard work that they do.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one of those tough budget decisions that have to be made, and I concur with my colleagues how important the communication is and what a great job you all do, and I really admire what you do. But this is sort of a compromise, and I think Councillor Dodick came up with the right compromise, and so I will support this resolution.
Thank you. I too will support this resolution. I've looked at and I know the different work that is done from our communications department, and they've done some fantastic work, so I thank them for that. I do see that the importance, as we'd asked, what the important roles are, and I think that fits some of that, but I do like the idea of what Councillor or Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel said, is to have those conversations for future, to be able to show what the importance of the communications department. We know the importance of it, but to actually dig deeper into that and see what challenge we have going forward, be able to come back with, what is going to be the return on our investment for those particular roles. So with that, seeing where this could go, I will definitely support this resolution. And back to me? Yeah, back to you, Councillor Dodick.
Councillor Croson alluded to it. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel was a little bit alluded to it a little bit more. And the reality is that if you don't have 4 friends of council on a resolution, the resolution isn't going to pass. And to use the analogy I've used before with respect to loaves of bread, yes, we're loaves of bread. I mean, if the choice is between going hungry and getting a third of a loaf of bread, you do what you can and you bring the resolution and amendment forward that I did, and I would ask for council support.
The question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, so that is 8-1. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, now we go back to the full I was so excited on N1, N2. We started that this morning. I was getting really excited. All right, now we're back to the resolution as amended. So any questions? And now that goes back to, I think it's Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel's resolution. We will go back to questions to open, and I see no questions. Open debate, Acting Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Carlson, question, debate. Thank you.
I'll save mine for closing.
Right, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will be supporting this. It's much more fun to vote against Councillor Dodick than Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
All right, with that, I see no further debate, so I'll head back to Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Dodick, for coming up with the compromise that we might, and looks like we may all be able to live with. I wholeheartedly supported something this morning. I half-heartedly support this and ask for council's support on it. Thank you.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Right. Numbers 8 are different than ours. They're less. All right, we'll move on. I have a initiative sponsored by Councillor Croson, Asset Management Capacity Needs N5. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N5, Asset Management Capacity Needs, to transition an existing term position to a permanent full-time position and establish an additional permanent position with funding allocated as follows. From utility charges from 2023, 67,000, 2024, 138,000, 2025, 143,000, and 2026, 148,000. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. There's absolutely no way to make asset management sexy, but regardless, it's absolutely vital. Sorry to the staff who are involved with that. Asset management helps protect and enhance the quality of life by making the best possible decisions about our assets, the pipes, the buildings, the roads, the parks, etc., that make up our city, in a way that provides targeted levels of service and manages risks in a cost-effective manner. It helps to keep our city operating smoothly, shows us how to spend money when required so small problems don't grow and cost us an inordinate amount down the road. This is about risk management. It's about guiding better acquisition of materials at the right time. It's about safeguarding our corporation and our community. In this department, staff are experiencing burnout, and we're spending a great deal of money on overtime. This is having an effect across the corporation, and we need to look at our asset management capacity needs, and this initiative is doing that.
All right, Councillor Carlson, question?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. And this is something I should know, but I just want to know if I'm correct on this. A couple of these initiatives are funded from utilities, correct? And so those have already been contemplated in the utility budgets, correct?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, that is correct.
Thank you. And the reason that they are in front of council to vote on separately is because they affect full-time, they're full FTEs, or is that why they're coming here rather than just being embedded in the utility budget?
So, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, in regards to that, a couple different reasons. One, yes, based on city practice, there is FTA asks here, so that's why we bring them forward. But additionally, too, they are initiatives, and these initiatives, although they're funded, some of these by utilities directly, they are staff within Treasury and Financial Services as well. So.
All right, no further questions to open debate. Councillor Croson?
Well, since I've already said asset management isn't sexy, I think I've already opened my debate.
All right. And I take that as your opening and your closing?
I'll call the question.
That was a great opening and closing. Thank you, Councillor Croson. And with that, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries, unanimous. Moving along here to N6, Asset Management Oh boy, Councillor Croson, you got this one too. Asset management growth impact. N6, be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N6, asset management growth impact, to create 1 permanent full-time positions to provide services to the electric utility and other departments not currently supported with funding allocated as follows. From utility charges, 2023, 57,000, 2024, 117,000, 2025, 120,000, and 2026, 123,000, again coming from utility charges. Councillor Croson.
So think of everything I said under N5 and now just make it electric, because this would be expanding this to the electric utility and other departments, would provide better integration with all of our departments, and would help us to better leverage efficiencies. So a similar initiative to what we just heard, but very specific to electric and other departments.
All right. With that, I see no further, so I'll take that as your opening and closing.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That so carries unanimously. And N7. From Councillor Croson, sponsored, to procure to pay P2P. N7, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N-7, procure to pay P2P, to create 3 permanent full-time positions to support procurement and centralization with funding allocated as follows. From 2023, 33,400 from utilities, fleets, land overhead charges. From taxation, 145,850, and MRSR one-time allocation 150,000. 2024, utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges 67,000, taxation 291,500, and 0 from MRSR in 2024. 2025 is 67,000, utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, 291,500 for taxation and 0 for MRSR. And in 2026, 67,000 for utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, taxation of 291,500, and MRSR of 0. Councillor Croson.
So this is about supporting procurement centralization. It promises us more effectiveness and efficiency. I would like to direct my colleagues to look under investment and payoff on the new initiative sheet. The estimates here, on a low estimate, when this is fully implemented, et cetera, the estimate is that it'll be bringing us in $2 million a year. The high estimate is $4 million a year. Is the ROI, which is expected within 12 to 18 months. So this is looking at a much better way of doing what we're already doing, but doing it in a way that is planned, expected to save the city money in the long run.
All right, I do have questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I guess this is the city manager. So how is this being done currently? If we need 3 people, what have we been doing all along?
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Matthews start. I'm happy to weigh in on this one. I have a lot of prior experience here.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Milton Hope. So currently throughout the corporation, a lot of this work is decentralized within the departments. So we have individuals out in the departments that will do procurements and individual procurements out there. What this is looking at doing is actually, with the centralization piece, it actually brings that return on investment in was one, this one aspect of all the P2P that actually allows for a centralized and standardized buying, standardized contracts, and it gets that return on investment you see below in here. So what we're seeing is the cost savings throughout or cost avoidance is probably a better way of saying it, throughout the organization, that allows this investment to be able to be returned, or ROI, very quickly back, because what happened there is on the standardized purchasing components, you'll actually get better contract values and so forth from not doing it decentralized.
So if I understand the return on investment here, we're looking at a minimum of somewhere around 2%, which is projected at $100 million per year. Is that correct?
The $100
Sorry,
million.
$2 million per year.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Minus the $329,000 that we'll be expending in salaries. So we're looking at somewhere around $680,000, $670,000 return on investment then?
About over $1,600,000 in per year in return. So it'd be the $2 million less the $330,000. So yeah. So if you, from that point of view, now keep in mind what Once we put this in place, we'll be tracking this and monitoring this amount. Initially, the taxation requirement is there to get it up and running and centralized.
And is there room for growth? So we're pegging it at a minimum of about 2%. Is there room for growth to get us up to 4% with the capacity that we're looking at adding here?
When you took a look at this and with our recent operational review, they actually had higher figures than what we're proposing. We're being very conservative on the notion of ROI, just as we pull it together. So to answer a little bit longer way around it, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So you've noted that you are going to be reporting out on this. Do we have any idea when we'll be reporting out, how we'll be reporting out? Will it be through audit committee? Will it be through one of the SPCs? And if we do see this return on investment, will the money be going into operating budget? Will it be returning to council? What do we have planned as we move ahead on this?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Croson. So actually, either one of those SPCs would work. I think it would be fine to do it with economic SPC, just because then all council would get the information on it, and especially if it's rolled up in component. Now, as for the money dollars, like hard savings and so forth coming back on it, some of it is cost avoidance, some of it would be hard numbers. That being said, as we go through this, we can build a framework and take a look at, if there is, the hard numbers coming in on dollars coming back, we can see how we can come up with a funding model potentially. So it wouldn't be necessary that the departments would necessarily get the savings. That could be something where we could take a look at it comes back corporately.
We just don't want to have the expectation that, there's going to be a windfall that is going to, do this or do that. We need to understand how we'll be seeing that money. So in a year to a year and a half, we could expect a report at Economic SPC and have a chance to see if this is proceeding and achieving what we expect. Sorry, that was a question. I know I didn't raise my voice at the end with a question.
Sorry, I must have missed a little bit of the question there in it.
So a year to 18 months, we can expect a report back at Economic SPC. I'm just confirming that, but the public should not expect like there's going to be a windfall that is they're going to see money back because of this. It's going to be more integrated with in our system, save us money, but not necessarily something the public's going to see immediately.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. I see no further questions, so for opening debate, Councillor Croson?
As I noted, this is a better way of doing business, so it does have the ability to save us money by centralizing our procurement, and we do know that there is a very strong ROI involved in this when it comes fully implemented, that we should be able to see a report on, as I said, within a year to a year and a half.
All right.
And we'll just have to make sure it gets into our calendar, so we're looking forward.
All right. So with that, we are taking as your opening and closing. So question been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next, we'll move on to N8, a resolution sponsored by Councillor Croson, Treasury and Financial Business Advisory Services. N8, be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N-8, Treasury and Financial Business Advisory Services, to create 2 permanent full-time positions with funding allocated as follows. From taxation in 2023, $84,500, utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, $52,600. 2024 from taxation, $170,400, and from utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, $105,800. From 2025, from taxation, $175,800, and utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, $109,600. And in 2026, from taxation, $182,100, from utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, $112,900. Councillor Croson.
So this is Treasury and Financial Business Advisory Services looking at bringing on 2 FTEs to enhance the capacity within there and to make sure they have the skill set to maintain existing service levels and ensure the sustainability of the legislative, corporate, operational requirements of the organization. This would be linked with strategic alignment of our corporate facilities and our corporate services. So this is what we're seeing. And if you look under performance measurement and reporting,
We are seeing an incredible amount of overtime in this department. Right now, they're averaging 2,300 hours of overtime, and this will bring not even getting rid of all overtime, but reduce it 60%.
Thank you. With that, I do have questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, this question is to Mr. Matthews. Is this are these clerical positions or are these specialist positions?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Middleton Hope, these are specialist positions.
So are we talking CPAs, CAs?
That's correct. So you're looking at somebody that has a higher level analytical and data analytic skills, and so they can be CPAs. Most likely, they'll be CPAs in these positions.
And we're talking about 2 positions for $137,000 a year. Is this a 2-for-1 deal?
That's just half the year in the first year.
So 276 and then forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions, so I'll turn the time back over to Councillor Crowson to open and probably close debate, as I see.
I think my preamble was pretty much my opening and closing, so I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
And the next one is not me, don't worry.
Thank you.
I'll move it, Your Worship, if you need someone to.
Right. And the next one from Councillor Carlson, sponsor Omni Channel 311 N-9. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N-9 Omni Channel 311 to create one permanent full-time position with funding allocated as follows. In operations, 2023, 92,000, 2024, 94,000, 2025, 96,000, and 2026, 98,000. Again, from operations. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'll open it up for questions before any preamble or debate, because I have a question. This is to provide increased capacity for 311 if live chat goes live. If this doesn't get approved, does that mean we just don't add the live chat function? Or does the live chat function and perhaps the service levels are impacted because there's people doing several more tasks at once? I don't know who can answer that. I can repeat the question if it wasn't. I'm just wondering, this is to add capacity when live chat goes live. But I'm wondering if this doesn't get approved, does that mean we just remove live chat so we can continue doing the number of calls and the service levels and times that we require?
So, through the chair to Councillor Carlson, live chat did go live, as I think Council's aware, earlier this fall. This particular position, again, is funded through operations, and there are currently term positions in there to ensure that we do maintain level of service. So really this is, again, taking existing operational funding and converting those term positions to full-time.
Excellent. So this will have no impact on taxation levels for our residents at this time?
It will not.
Thank you. And final question on this. How is live chat being utilized? I've never tried it because I'm just going to be blunt. I don't like the live chat function. I want to pick up my phone and talk to someone. Do we have any stats?
Yeah. So, and you know, your experience, I think, is exactly why we brought live chat on, is that we are looking to be omni-channel, again, to have face-to-face, telephone, or digital, depending on what the preferred method of communication is with 311. Right now, in our first month of operations, we're looking a little bit over 4.5% of our overall volume has been through live chat. So we'd like to definitely see that continue to grow, but we're happy with the initial numbers.
Thank you. So it's just giving people an option if...
Correct.
Well, unlike me.
Exactly.
I've tried it and I'm not a fan. Yes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there's any other questions on this.
I do have a question. So I'm actually, you said you'd like to get that more. I'm actually maybe somewhat surprised that it's that high already that soon into its inception. So that's over 4%. Do you have a number what that 4% is as far as calls would be?
Yeah, so in a typical week, we do about 2,000 interactions. So again, about 4% of the 2,000. So it works out to around 30-ish a day.
Okay.
If we were looking at a daily number.
And, yeah, and I know just when you had mentioned that you'd like this to increase, I'm thinking this out of the gate this quickly. I'm actually impressed with how many people do use that, because I think there's many, as Councillor Carlson mentioned, that are not comfortable that way, but thank you for sharing that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on the success of the program. So this is $92,000 to have another person answering the phones, am I correct? Or to keep that person answering the phones?
It's, yeah, another person performing customer service, correct.
And these aren't, I always gotta make sure, these aren't crucial phone calls in that they're not like ambulance, or these are phone calls, hey, thing didn't get picked up, or when are they gonna come by and do this? There's branches broken. Those are the kind of conversations, right?
So we are not 911, so yeah, they're not emergency calls, but again, some of the interactions are what we would classify as urgent, meaning maybe your sewer is backing up in your basement, or trees have fallen down, or different things like that, but a lot of them are as well, as you would classify, like information only type calls as well, for sure.
And so when I call, there's a very good chance if I call right now, there will be someone who will answer, will I be on hold?
Our stats year to date right now, 89% of the calls that come in are answered within 30 seconds. So,
and if someone is on hold, how long are they usually on hold for? Roughly.
It depends. I mean, I'll say the average person is on hold for probably a little bit more than 30 seconds, but it really depends on what is happening, because calls don't come in one after the other.
We can have a big snowstorm, I get it. But so, I don't know who's got more feedback. You got more feedback on my end here, but so the consequence for not supporting this would be that there could be times when someone could be waiting a little longer for that answer. Am I correct?
Yes, potentially, yeah. Again, we do have term positions that are currently filling this, and the funding, again, it is funded through operations, so the term positions could continue to provide the existing level of service moving forward. This really is, the position is here mostly from, because of the current practice of asking for FTEs rather than talking about level of service.
Okay, so I'll phrase the question another way. So if we don't extend this term position or make this term into a full-time position, what's the consequence?
The consequence, again, there could be a small reduction in service, and again, it would be term positions performing this throughout this period.
So a small reduction in service could be someone could be waiting a little longer.
Correct.
For an answer of some sort, or based on it, we have 88% of the times people call in, there's someone answering the phone. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, Mr. Hilliard just touched on it, but I just wanted to reinforce that this is only about the position. There's no financial implication here. This is only about approving the FTE is really the ask here. The money is already there for these positions from the department, so this is strictly the FTE because FTEs are part of an initiative, so this is only about approving the FTE, there is no funding ask associated.
And just to confirm, though, that is moving from a term position to permanent then, is that what it would be?
That's exactly correct. That is all this is about, is moving this from a term to a
Permanent.
But in the financial summary here, you have a line item here of 92,000, 94,000, 96,000. So operations. So if we did not support this would actually be taken out. Am I correct?
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Parker, no, not necessarily. So that would have to be another piece of it. That's not what the initiative is looking at right now. It already has those dollars inside of there being used for this term position. fundamentally, I guess council could take a look at that if they weren't going to support that. But really what's the ask is here is that the work has already been completed by the department in a term position. They're just wanting, and the funding is in place already to do so. They're really looking to get the term to a permanent position to be able to have it there instead of just having a term position using funding that's in the base.
Okay, and I appreciate that clarification. But couldn't this not come to council? Couldn't the city manager just decide to make this a position? It has to be council as finance has to be the authority to dictate if something goes from term to permanent.
So what we had in a practice there, Councillor Parker, is that, and we've talked about this a few times in the past, and some of these ones are maintaining service levels and so forth, where we're bringing forward ones that that have funding. It either happens in budget or it happens outside of budget. For example, there was one a week or two back there in IT as well, where we're bringing forward positions that need council's approval to go to permanent status ongoing within the budget. So here again, this is probably a process in our budgetary process that's not working very well because it's having conversations here at this time. That's why service level is a much better conversation to have than this.
Thank you very much.
That's if I could weigh in on that, as many of you would know, that's the conversation we've had as far as an efficiency, just the time it takes to have this discussion.
Yeah.
If we talk about service levels and that's not there, this conversation wouldn't even be needed.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you for that confusing explanation. At the end of the day, so if we're going to assure the public, there are no additional taxpayer dollars that are going to pay for this position. The funds that exist are already within the department, correct?
That is correct.
Where do those funds come from?
It would be a mixture of both utility and tax-supported amounts that fund 311 operations.
So it does come from taxation at some point.
You are correct. It's already existing in the base budget, similar to all the other positions, but 311 has a mixture of both utility-supported and tax-supported, just for the nature of their job.
Okay. So this then is not, it's identified as a new initiative, but it's really utilizing old money and hiring a new person.
It's utilizing existing budgeted dollars that are in the base budget for getting council's permission to hire an ongoing permanent person.
All right, that's about as clear as it's going to get.
Councillor Dodick.
I also am confused by this. So after the 4-year term, or after the 4-year budget cycle, it ends up as an ongoing base budget item. Is that right?
To the mayor, to Councillor Dodick, I guess the simple answer would be yes. I think in this regard here, though, I think there's a longer piece in here and in regards to how 311 was built and so forth and the ramping up of the different aspects. And I'll let Mr. Hilliard speak to that as well.
No, but when it comes, hang on, once we get into the 27-31 budget cycle, then it becomes a taxation pressure, does it not?
No. So in this one here, once it's approved, we still have the dollars in the budget. So I guess from all intents and purposes, the easiest thing it's hard to do on an initiative just has all $0. But another way to look at it is the initiative had $0 and just an FTE number there. We have the dollars inside of the budget. There won't be a pressure going into 2027. Just like there really isn't a pressure here today, we have the dollars inside the base. It's just that we need the approval to be able to hire this person permanently. So another way of looking at it, we could make this just like on how Mr. Stevenson has it on the screen right now, is that N8 has a zero impact on the operating budget for taxation right now.
Well, no, I understand that, but we've been told, first at the presentation that we had a number of weeks ago and today, that the services, if not funded, it's only a small reduction in services and it's not an emergency service, it's just more of a convenience. So instead of making someone phone 311, they go online. So what I'm trying to figure out is if we didn't fund this today, would the operations money that would have been used to fund this, could that be used to fund something else?
The answer to that one would be yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I was just going to try and explain it back. Is we did approve a package of dollars several years ago for 311. So this is not costing any extra or new tax pressure, but it could be, if voted down, a reduction motion could be made by council to reduce the budget by this amount or repurpose. So it could.
That is correct.
But this is already in the budget. It was approved when 311 was created, and I think we cobbled it together from a bunch of different business units and to make this happen. So thank you for all those questions, because yeah, those of us who have many gray hairs were here when it was all put together, and we recall. But I realize this may be different or new to some folks.
If I could just add in a couple comments. As the city treasurer had alluded to, 311 is very new. So in the actual previous budget, it did not exist. So really this is coming forward because there is more certainty now as we've grown, as we've started taking calls, and we started taking calls in 2019, added the front counter integration in 2021, and now have since added live chat on. As we mature and we have evolved to again be omni-channel to reach the citizens through the channels they're looking for, we have more certainty in what it is we're looking for and what the structure actually looks like. So again, from previous conversation and budget being non-existent, and conceptual, to actually understanding the business now and what it is we're looking for.
And I think I'm looking over to Director of Customer and Corporate Services. Is that Mr. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Corporate and Commercial Services. These little, yeah.
Again, you can call me whatever you like, Mr. Mayor. I'll typically answer. Thank you, the Mayor, to Economic SPC. If I could just add further clarity to what Mr. Hilliard just said. When 311 was initially established, the budget that was put in place was essentially a full budget for full operations, and the funding was put in place to ensure that the positions would be there to maintain service. However, operationally, we took a more conservative approach. Exactly what this is today, the budget is there, and we're at a point exactly what this is today. The budget is there, and we're at a point where we're confident that the growth will be maintained, and therefore the staff is needed.
That could start your preamble. So actually, I'll turn the time over. I see no further questions. So to open debate. Oh, sorry. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just one other question. This is perhaps a complex question. The whole thing, not what I'm going to ask. But at the end of the day, Mr. Elliott, the funds are already there. The funds have been pre-approved at some point. Is that correct? So what's been happening to the funds, and how much is there that we've not encountered before now? So we're looking at $92,000, $94,000, $96,000. That's been sitting there for how long? Is it sitting in a BAU account, and is this now, are we now taking this out? How does this work?
Through the chair to Councillor Middleton Hope, no, the money has been spent because, again, when this entire budget was put into place, there were no systems, there were no staff, there was nothing in place for 311. So the budget funded the entire operation, including system setup and system upgrades, all the software required for that. So there has not been extravagant surpluses attributed to 311. And again, a number of staff have been hired on a term basis. Those are not permanent, so that budget existed there and was spent on term positions as well. And Mr. Matthews may have more to add to that.
So just on that regard, so this particular position was actually a term position. So to answer your question, Councilor Milton Hope, it was actually being used, those dollars. There has been surpluses in 311, you'll see on our actual, over the last couple of years, and it's contributing to some of the extra funding. But that's different than this position here. And this position has been being utilized and used as a term position there. Some of the other pieces, you know, well, there's a number of different reasons why there's surpluses coming from 311. Some of it's just the reallocation of things from our staffing on, you know, when cashiers came across and so forth. However, I guess to make a long story short, when it comes to the specific position, there was people in this position using those dollars, but they were in a term capacity.
Okay.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you. So the only thing we're debating right now is, or I guess questioning, is the change from part-time to full-time employee.
That's correct. Permanent employee versus term employee.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
But at the same time, we learned about the consequences if we did not fund this, and that there would be a change in level of service, a slight change, but that $92,000 would then go back into corporate accounts. Am I correct?
That's correct. And again, I don't want to beat this to death, but you know, if we were talking about service levels, and if the service level, Mr. Hillier can correct me, if it was 30 seconds to answer a call now, and you said, if we want this to go back and the service level goes up to 1 minute and 30 to answer the call, those are decisions that council can make. And if those funds go back into the department for other purposes, those are decisions of council. So if we talk about that versus the positions, that might help to clarify it.
Councillor Palladino.
I left it on by mistake, but a question came to me. So did council at some point in time ask administration to report any time they were going to add a position? Obviously, that must have happened at some time before my time on council.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Palladino, you are correct. I don't know the exact time frame that actually happened, but that is a long-standing practice. It's probably a little bit more archaic in the way that budgeting processes are being done. You know, on it, I don't think a lot of municipalities are moving away to it and to that service level component. So that is true, and in fact, it has it within our policies or administrative policies that we have to come this way to ask for it.
All right, back to Councillor Carlson. Out of questions for opening and closing debate in one, as I see no one in the queue for debate.
Thank you, Mary. And I appreciate the questions around this. I was pleased to support it because I think 311 has been a success. I remember, it's got to be 2011, 2012 when we started talking about this and move forward in our community. And I think it's been a great success. I talk to my neighbors quite often, and they come to me constantly with a million different types of questions, and I can just say, phone 311, they can answer it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to wait a week for me to go home, phone them, or send an email. It's been an amazing success, but I also wanna say that I applaud the caution of moving forward, because we didn't know what our Lethbridge is a different community. So we didn't know what the uptake was going to be. So I applaud the caution of moving to term rather than going out to permanent employees whole hog. But I also understand the benefit of moving to permanent employees. I've worked in positions before where you can only ever hire term or contract positions, and then you're constantly retraining and retraining and retraining and trying to recruit. And it costs you more in the long run, and you get poorer service. So I appreciate that we were cautious, but now we've seen the success. I would encourage my colleagues that this is, 311 is going to get bigger, not smaller, but that is a success to our community because people expect a phone call, an answer, an email, an answer, a text, an answer immediately, and that's what we're providing. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support on this. And just to close, there is no pressure on the tax base at this moment. It was funded in a previous budget. This is just changing through good cautious planning, I would say, from casual or temporary to permanent.
Right, I do see, I had you in opening and closing, but there is debate. Councillor Dodick.
It's, I find it interesting, because you don't call it taxation or utility funded, but it says it's from operations, it's as if it magically appeared from somewhere. But as we heard, the operational money that's there, if it's not used for this purpose, it could be repurposed for something else. We also heard, again in the presentation a while back, and even today, that not funding this would only result in a small reduction in services. We know that 311 is a successful, that's one of the polling questions that was asked. It was successful before live chat. It will be successful even if we don't have an expanded live chat service. To me, this really is a classic want, not a need. And I will not be supporting it.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And just to follow up on Councillor Dodick, I love 911. I think we all agree. 911. Obviously we like 911. We need it. But 311, we all appreciate. I remember this was kind of a project of Councillor Morrow in the day, and it's been a huge success. But as we were told today and in previous presentations, that if we didn't support this, there wouldn't be much of a downside to it. Maybe people would have to wait a little longer. 911 is a necessity. This is somewhat of a luxury in the community, and to be able to call and get your questions answered, if someone has to wait a little longer at times, it may happen at times, but at the same time, going through budget, we're trying to find ways to find some savings as well. And if we can find savings for 92, 94, 96 over the next 4 to 5 years, we can allocate towards projects that are maybe more of a necessity or a need in our community. So I don't think this is going to have much of a downside to 311. And I would support, I'm not going to support that for that reason. And I've been told that there isn't a lot of negative consequences to this decision. So I'd ask for council not to support this.
Deputy Mayor Parker, Councillor Crowson. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I will be supporting this because what I understand is that different generations use different ways of accessing 311. And as we've been developing 311, staff has done an amazing job of looking at different ways that people want to use it. I can tell you right now, my parents will call 311 if they need it. Well, actually, my parents will call me and expect me to contact 311. But people in their neighborhood or in their group call 311. For myself, I prefer emailing. But when I look at my nieces and nephews, they love live chat. This is the sort of stuff that they're using. You'll see it on so many websites now. They just want to find it and they want to use it. And one of the things we have to realize is that when we're making decisions, we're not just making decisions for us, we're making decisions for the entire community. And for different generations, for people who access things differently, as I said, 311 has been doing their research. They know the different ways people want to use, want to access the information, and they'll absolutely support this.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Just in reflection on a couple of the comments, how often do our nieces and nephews or grandchildren access 311 versus our parents, our generation, well, my generation, and even grandparents? I suspect that when my grandchildren want to access information, they go online. They're not interested in 311. My generation does use 311, and so at the end of the day, I'm not sure that that's for me is a sound an argument. I'd rather put money into reducing the response times of fire and EMS and the police service. When we're sitting at 11 and 13 minutes in response times, I think we need to be reducing those. And the inconvenience of not speaking to somebody about you know, my garbage is blown over or whatever those issues might be, and there are legitimate issues with 311. I think if people have to wait a little bit longer, they're probably willing to wait longer for that than they are to have an attendance at a heart attack. So I will not be supporting it.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Councillor Carlson, for sponsoring this one. Yes, okay, for sponsoring this. I will be supporting this. As it's already been stated, different people like to access their information in different ways. I will use the chat before I'll pick up the phone. So certainly I appreciate that. I appreciate the percentage that we're already seeing right now. And it is breaking down a barrier to access if you can't use the phone. Certainly our city is growing. This is one more way to increase the capacity that the city is able to serve our residents. And for those reasons, I will be supporting this.
I know I'm finished with questions, but I do have a clarification question, and I'm hoping that the chair will allow that. Well, the clarification we're hearing, and I just need to make sure as this debate is going on here that this initiative is not just for the chat feature. This is for a person that is going to is dealing with this temporary to a permanent position. That is for all, not just the chat. This is for everything 311. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I'm just hearing some people say, I really like the chat, and that's why I think we should support this. Can I have that clarified?
So again, to answer your question as best I can, our customer service specialists are cross-trained. So although they will specialize in certain areas, as things ebb and flow throughout the day, they could be on the phone, or they could be doing live chat. I think as well, again, thinking about 311 in general, the inquiry resolution process as well, and different other new services that we've brought on this year to, again, aid the community, which will, again, continue to put pressure on our resources. So I don't know, that was kind of a long-winded answer to your question. They could be doing a number, although it's specific to the expansion into live chat, individuals aren't necessarily only doing one thing within the department.
That's right. So I'm just seeing this is creating a permanent from a temp position, but not just chat. Okay, sorry, thank you for letting me entertain my own question. All right, Councillor Campbell, continue debate.
I was just updating my MySpace page, and so now I know. No, I just think this is progression. This is what has to happen. It's the next generation. We move forward. It was well planned. 311 is an amazing success. Customer service. We're all about customer service. I will be supporting the resolution.
Hearing what I have, I do need to debate this, and I thank you, my colleagues, for bringing this forward, because coming into this, I was definitely in support of this, and the questions that Councillor Parker has made, as well as this guy over here, Councillor Middleton Hope, and Councillor Dodick, when it comes to, we may wait a little bit longer, but I'm seeing this, and the way that it's been explained, I can't at this time. I can't support this. I think it is if we wait a little bit longer, but there's these funds to use for something else. That's where I'm at. So with that, I can't support this at this time. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm reticent to call the vote because I know which way it's going to go, and I'm a bit sad because I do want to remind my colleagues that we put in 911 into our 911. Remember 411 when I'd call and find out a phone number back in the day? Anyways, we put in 311 in response to our community need. They wanted quicker response time. They wanted an easier way to get information. They were getting sick and tired of sending an email to the mayor, and then the mayor would send an email to the city manager, and then the city manager would send an email to the head of corporate finance, who would then get back to him and get back to the mayor, and it would take forever. And now we put in a system where we'd say, just phone 311, and you get the answer like that. And our community has loved that. As I said, my neighbors around the block, they still knock on my door, and they say, I'd like to know how to discuss X, Y, Z, and you can get clarification. Okay, I want X, Y, Z information, and I say, phone 311. Then they knock on my door 10 minutes later, and they say, that was amazing, and that was awesome. And I don't want people to get hung up on thinking that this is a new service, a new position. These positions are already filled. They were fully funded in a previous budget cycle. These folks are already sitting there answering the calls, taking the emails, doing the live chat function. They're doing it right now today. What the ask is for, because council in their lack of wisdom, I'll say, said that only council can approve the FTEs because and I think it's because service levels were too hard to wrap our brains around, but we can wrap our brains around, did we hire someone? Rather than, did we pick up the call in 30 seconds, a minute and a half, 8 minutes, however long? So I think it's a flawed system. I would agree with that, but I cannot stress enough. If this is unapproved, two things will happen. One, it'll continue happening as a term position because it's already funded, so it will continue. Unless a member of council says, no, I want to take away capacity from 311, and I would like to do a motion to reduce their budget and their ability to serve our community in the multitude of ways they want to be served, and you're going to say, I want less 311 in our community. That's the only way this is going to change. So I would ask for council's support because I know from my past experience, continuing to rely on temporary causes huge challenges. You talk to any business person in our community, and they say one of their biggest issues is staff turnover and their difficulty recruiting and retaining people. So this is just, it's providing the same level of service that council said, let's provide this, but doing it in a better way. And so I hope my colleagues would support this because it'll continue just in a poorer fashion, in my humble opinion, or council will make a resolution to say, no, we want to reduce the service to our community. And that's a discussion for another moment, I guess. But I would like to see this move into a permanent position that can be well-trained and well-serve our community, and I'll close and call for the vote.
Before I call for the vote, I do see, now is this a clarification that somebody has, because I do see a couple people in that have already debated.
Yeah, I do. There's a point of information here I think that needs to be. I asked the question is, if this wasn't approved from term to full-time, this position, when after the term is expired, it would no longer be there. Am I correct on that? Because I heard something different there in the debate.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Parker, the money would still be there, so the ongoing long-term permanent position would not be there, but the funding would be available to continue term positions doing that role.
Second question is, if you vote against this, and just because it was implied that if you vote, you're for or against 311, and I think it's important to clarify. Are you said that, are you?
No, I said then the only way that this could be repurposed is if council made a reduction initiative to reduce 311 service.
But if this doesn't go through, 311 still goes on, chat still occurs. Am I correct on that? Just so I want to get some information there. It still occurs as business as usual, right? Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we have an opening and closing. No more clarification required. 301 continues on. We've heard. Okay. So with that motion, all those in favor? Those opposed?
Roll call, Mayor Higgins.
A roll call, please.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
And Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
4 to 5, that's lost.
And yes, if you need bio.
It's a half hour to close. Oh, that's good.
We'll quick bio break for 10.
Why don't we do this
Oh, we do have.
Isn't that the next one? Hang tight, hang tight.
hang tight for 1 sec. If it's okay, we will get through one more before a bio break if we could, and N10, as we do see Fire Chief is here, if we make through one more before our break. All right, N10. Emergency Services IT Manager from Councillor Croson. And be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N10, Emergency Services IT Manager, to transition one term position to a permanent full-time position with funding allocated as follows. From a grant, 2023, 161,000, 2024, 165,000, 2025, 170,000, and 2026, 176,000, I think that number is. Yep, 176,000. Councillor Croson to open.
This is before us for the same reason N9 was. The funding is there through the Grant 911 grant program, but in order to make this a permanent position, it has to come at this time before council. This would be for provided planning, development, implementation, coordination, administration, and evaluation of the IT systems and the technology that is key and central to the delivery of public safety across the community. That is what we are looking at today, is making this non-permanent position permanent.
All right, Mr. City Treasurer, did you have comment on this?
Just for members of Economic SPC, this is another one of the initiatives that was amended. So you would have had, what we have on the screen is right. So the budget amount was amended, and in this case, is amended down.
All right, Councillor Middleton.
Just a point of clarification, the previous N9 was not a grant. This is a grant, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, the previous one was taxation utilities.
Right, so, okay, so characterizing it as a grant. This is a grant. In 2026, or any time in between 2023 and 2026, if the grant is removed for any reason, does this position now need to be funded from another source?
Mayor to Councilor Milton Hope. So this kind of position here, the work, if I'm correct, and I'll take a look over to, yep, I'm getting the nod. So if the work or the grant went away, the work would go away. Therefore, the position would go away.
Okay. And in 2026, is it the intent of LFES to make this a permanent position and look for funding elsewhere, whether it's through a new budget initiative?
My apologies there, Councilor Milton Hope. I was just conferring.
Sure enough. So this is funded for 4 years, theoretically?
I'll let Mr. Fox answer that question.
Okay.
Through the chair to Councilor Middleton Hope, if the grant goes away, then the position would go away. And so in 2026, we would not be looking for other sources of funding. This is directly towards the 911 and IT component with that grant.
Okay. And where does this grant originate from, and what is the likelihood of it continuing as long as LFES needs it?
I can ask Chief Adair or Mr. Butler to answer those questions, as they've been more directly involved with that.
We asked them to come down.
Good afternoon. The grant itself comes from the 911 grant levy that is provided from all cell phone users. So that's what supports this. And last year, that fund that we all pay on our cell phones was increased, and therefore we're getting a bigger portion of that. And that is why we were able to fund this position going forward. So it's from the 911 use.
There are no stipulations as to what that funding can be used for?
There are stipulations that it can be used for, and this aligns with one of the stipulations that it can be used for, is this position.
Thanks very much.
I see no further questions. So to open debate, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. As I mentioned, Normally, a grant program would not have to come before council, but because this is looking at a permanent FTE, we have this before us. This is the 911 grant program that we'd be using to provide funding for the emergency services IT manager. And this is something that our fire and emergency services recommend that we have. And I would ask my colleagues to support it.
I take as opening, closing. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, so we will take a quick, I'll say 5 minutes, but I'll say 10 minutes bio break when we return. All right, we are going to end, well, we're going to have a motion to go in camera, and we're actually going to continue with starting with N11 in the morning. So with that, I'll have a motion to go in camera. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? All right. And so we'll go in camera. Just a couple minutes.